is mourning the loss of their daughter, Benina Jepkoech, who died in a road accident in British Columbia, Canada. The 24-year-old hospitality student was among occupants of a vehicle that plunged into a river in Kamloops about 3 weeks ago. Her body has not yet been recovered despite ongoing search efforts. The family is now appealing to the Kenyan government to work with Canadian authorities to help recover Benina's body and bring her back home for burial.
Fika mwisho kwa sababu tumengoja mtoto wetu apatikane, ndani hajapatikana. Mungu tu asimame nasi ili tupate mtoto, ili tushike tu kama watu wengine wanashika watu wao. Imefika mwisho jamini, suti utusaidie kweli, na hatuna chochote, ni Mungu tu.
Alipata accident kule Canada. Mpaka sasa hii hatujapata ripoti yote.
West Pokot County Commissioner David Saruni has raised concern over the high number of residents who lack national identity cards. Speaking during Madaraka celebrations in the county, Saruni notes that the situation continues to lock many people out of essential government services, is urging residents to acquire the vital document by visiting the relevant offices in sub-counties.
Na kwa mtazamo wa nje na katika vyombo vya habari, kaunti ya Pokot ina sifa mbaya sana. Lakini kile watu wajui wakifika hapa, this is a haven of peace. It is a cosmopolitan area ambapo kila mtu wako anaishi kwa amani. Tunakaribia 2027 na kuna wengi hawana kura na hawana vitambulisho. Nataka kuwaomba yule mtu yote ambaye hana kitambulisho afike kwenye ofisi ya usika ya vitambulisho.
Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo are celebrating after 5 patients who had Ebola and now recovered were allowed to leave hospital. The current outbreak is suspected to have killed almost 250 people, but those infected can get better, and officials stress that people should seek medical help if they believe they have contracted the virus. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
There was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome indeed to the home of hard truths and bold insights. It is now about 15 seconds to 5 minutes past the hour. My name is Bungala Mbuvi, and this is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, 89.5 FM in that beautiful county of Garissa. How are you doing? We've got a lot to talk about, including and not limited to what happened yesterday as far as Madaraka Day celebrations are concerned. The president was in Wajir County and he said some things that I think are worth discussing. For example, alisema madrasa and duksi should be integrated into the syllabus and be taught in schools. And I was reading people's reactions online and they were quite interesting. What I can say is that majority of the folks are actually quite happy about that particular statement, and I'm happy we are happy. At least something positive came out of that particular engagement. Also, we had some protests. Well, not protests really, but do I call them protests? Do I call them demonstrations? Do I call them whatever they were? The End Femicide march. It's a march, right? The End Femicide march that happened in the country. Some parts of the country, the leaders who were there, some of them saying that they couldn't make it for one reason or another. For example, Honorable Esther Pasaris, Nairobi County Woman Rep, did send her appreciation for those who showed up and said that as much as she was out of the country, she appreciates and she was with them in spirit, and so much more. So why don't you stand by for that? We'll definitely try and unpack that. Kamakawa Kamk. Today is the second day of June 2025. 26, sorry. Karibu niseme Mei. But I need to just ask you, have you filed your tax returns?
That is a valid point of view.
Yes, I am not paid by KRA. I am just doing my civic duty as a fellow Kenyan to remind you that as much as we need to vote, which is a very important activity, as much as we should do what? Stay away from crime. The one thing that we shouldn't forget to do is pay our taxes. Kulipa ushuru kufanya nini?
Kujitegemea.
Hey, I am tired of paying taxes alone. Well, I'm not alone really, but I understand very few of us pay taxes, City. I want all of us to actually pay taxes.
Put it this way, those who earn an income, utalipa.
Ninataka sisi sote tulipe ushuru ndio tujitegemee.
I could not agree with you more.
Yes. So that we can push our country forward. This issue of having very few Kenyans, I don't know, 1% or 3% or 10% of
that percentage represents the income tax. Now, the other taxes that, whether you like it or not, you will pay.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, what we refer to as indirect taxes. Kila mtu analipa hiyo.
Yeah. I mean, there's that one when you go to the shop and you buy your coffee.
Utalipa.
You've paid your tax.
Utalipa. Ukipanda matatu.
You have paid.
Umelipa.
But the one we are talking about is that income tax. The one that you are paid.
Hata kama ni biashara unafanya.
Yes.
Ile
you are told, here is your 500 shillings a day. We need you to pay your tax. We need everyone to pay tax anyway. So if you haven't filed your tax returns, we all know that KRA gives us up until the end of this particular month. Don't do it last minute, because trust me, it's going to be a difficult period when everyone is trying to file their tax returns, and then the system jams, and then you are in trouble, and then you're asking for extensions, and then of course you won't be given an extension, or you're given an extension and you still do not file within that extension period, and then now you are fined, and then you can't have your tax compliance, and then it's a whole other ball game after that. So let's do our thing. I'll see you. How are you doing this morning, City Muga?
I'm actually well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you attend the End Femicide march yesterday? End Femicide.
No.
It's a very long title. I'll just stick to the End Femicide part because it was End Femicide, NCG Patricide, NCG Fantaside, NCG what other. There are very many sides there.
I did not attend.
Okay. No. Neither did I. It's just that it was all over the internet yesterday. I saw Boniface Mwangi unloading coffins from a truck and giving them to these people who were marching. It was quite a spectacle, by the way.
Well, if the purpose was to create awareness for something that is actually beleaguering our country,
yes,
then indeed what they were doing was an extremely good thing.
Yes, indeed it was.
Yes.
We also had the protests in Laikipia. Did you see those ones?
There are clips that were sent in certain forums that I'm in.
Yeah.
And I saw them.
Right.
I also saw clips of some plainclothes individuals firing. They were just bushes. I did not see people who they were firing at, but hey.
The way Al Jazeera was reporting it, and CNN and BBC, Kenyans reject the Ebola quarantine that has been set up in their country by the United States of America. Quite interesting reporting, I tell you.
Wamekosa vitu vya kufanya sio?
Not really, but walikuwa na report hiyo kitu. Wengine walikuwa live on the ground.
Mimi kitu ambacho inanishangaza na hii kazi yetu. Yaani huamwezi kusema kile ambacho kinafanyika. Maswali yameulizwa mengi, mambo yamepelekwa kotini.
Ndio.
Na umuhimu wa yale maswala ambayo ni nyeti katika mambo haya ni kwamba watu hawaelewi, wanataka waelezwe.
Ndio.
Yes, thibitisho tu.
Yeah.
Yes.
People are just asking questions.
Wanauliza, bwana,
and they need answers.
Tueleze bwana, hatuelewi.
Yes.
Because tunajua Ebola inaua watu.
Right.
So hii bwana unataka kujenga, what are you saying exactly? Unataka kuchukua Ebola ulete hapa?
According to Kenyans,
yes,
according to the common Mwananchi, then they're like, you are bringing this Ebola to our country.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Because they do not understand when you say you're building a quarantine facility. You have not explained to them what exactly that
quarantine
is.
hawaelewi.
Yes. Yesterday, as Dr. Atela was explaining the difference between quarantine and isolation. People don't understand that.
No, unajua bwana, again, Mbuvi, hii kitu inanisumbua.
Yes.
Kuna pingamizi gani serikali iko nayo ambayo inawazuia kueleza?
No.
Kueleza.
It is not difficult.
Bro, tuna kituo ambacho
kazi yake
ni kufanya utafiti. Inaitwa Kemri.
Naam.
Bwana, kuna watu pale ambao wangeelezea mambo haya kwa makini na utaratibu. Ieleweke.
We also have folks like PS Oluga.
Yes.
He's a whole medical doctor.
Bro, mimi kusema kweli mambo hayo siyaelewi because I don't understand. What is the difficulty in explaining and saying kuna hii tulianza hivi tunataka kufanya hivi. Now, kwa sasa mazungumzo ni haya. Kuna ugumu gani? Of course there'll be an uproar. Of course we will complain.
Yes.
But wewe ndio umetueleza.
You know, it's even easy for Kenyans to be on your side or at the very least defend you if they have all the information.
Yes.
Because no one will lie to them. The opposition will not lie to them.
Yes.
Or use them as a weapon.
Yes.
Against the government.
Yes.
The government will have done its part to inform the citizens. And that's it.
You know, when you're in the habit of informing your citizens, something happens. Your citizens wait for you to inform them. Ili waelewe, then they move forward.
Right.
But when it's absent, haki, we will form our own opinions. We will analyze. We will conclude. Worst, and then typically of us, we will look for the worst possible scenario. You need to shikilia.
And I liked something that happened during COVID-19, the pandemic. You found there was so much information about that virus.
My friend.
People were even explaining to each other.
Yes.
Forget what the government is saying. Forget what the WHO is saying. People were actually explaining to each other like, look, CT, so this vaccine, what it does is this. But this medicine, they're saying it's for malaria, and they're saying it can. So let me tell you, this is what actually it does. And by the way, this COVID-19, what you think it does, no, it's not what you've been told. Now, this is the reality. This is like the information was all over.
Yes.
It was so easy to get info.
And you are told every day of the deaths. You are told every day of the vaccines. You are told where to go and get vaccinated.
Yes.
My friend, you are well informed.
Yeah. But this one for Kenya.
Bro, your office government spokesman. Why don't they just dismantle it?
They abolish it,
Toa.
Yeah.
Toa tu.
Until further notice.
Na hao jamaa ambao wako communication experts in ministries. Just futa your position. I mean, there's no need to have it.
Or they be reassigned.
No. They are going to take that incompetence somewhere else. Yes. No. Kwa sababu kama kazi yako ni kujulisha wananchi wa Kenya
na huwajulishi,
sasa unafanya kazi gani?
Right.
Ama utatuambia unajua nilijulisha PS,
yeah,
nikajulisha wakubwa wakurugenzi, sasa nishawajulisha mambo yameisha. Kweli?
I did my part. It is what it is. Today is second day of June 2026. Let me tell you what is significant about this day. CNN officially launched as the first world 24-hour cable news channel in 1980. Yeah, so CNN came to life on a day like today in 1980. Isn't that something?
24, brother.
Yeah.
24, yani ukiamka iko, ukilala iko,
CNN
iko.
Is now what, 46 years old?
Imechoka hiyo kitu.
My goodness.
Miaka iko mingi hapo.
Yeah. All right. And also on this particular day, in 1937, the aviation icon Amelia Earhart and navigator Fred Noonan departed from Miami, Florida on their ill-fated round-the-world flight. It happened on a day like today, 1937. Sawa. That's where we'll stop as far as these days are concerned. So, courtesy of CT, we're still in the land of what now?
Seychelles.
Ushelisheli. That's what they call it in Swahili. We're in Ushelisheli. All right, tell us our proverb today from Ushelisheli.
Opportunity does not wake up those who are asleep.
Opportunity doesn't wake those who are asleep.
Haipigi hodi.
Yeah.
Kama umelala wewe endelea tu kulala.
It won't come to you and tell you, yo, wake up.
It's in your face. Why should it knock? Now, if you ignore it, shauri ni ya nani?
Ni yako.
Basi.
If you ignore it, then it's on you. I like that one. These Usheri guys had brains. There's something I want to ask you as we move on towards the conversation on radiogeneration.co.ke. Some of the things that Kenyans were saying yesterday as I was having a conversation with Boni include this particular question that I saw. Someone is saying, Boniface Mwangi, do you think for you to be president of Kenya, we should change our electoral laws and state that only educated people with college degrees should vote?
That is nonsense. That is absolute nonsense.
Yeah. Only people with college degrees.
It's like saying that it's only a degree that enables you to be a citizen of Kenya. Kitu kama hiyo. Puzi mtupu. No. It's the same argument that was there with regards to who should be elected. Must everybody who is elected have a degree? I would pose a question as a response to that question.
Yep.
What is the role of a member of parliament? Because when you understand the role, then the issue of qualifications can actually be given the correct perspective. Do I need a college degree to understand the budget making process? Do I need a degree in order to represent my people well? Do I need a degree in order to be able to debate well in parliament?
Okay.
Yes.
So
do I need a degree to understand the needs of my people? The answer is probably no to each and every question that I've asked.
Okay.
Yes. So,
but would a degree help you deliver better?
A degree would definitely help you deliver better.
Okay.
So instead of saying you should have a degree, have we ever thought of saying that when somebody comes into parliament without a degree, we then ask you within the first year, to enroll for a diploma course or even a certificate course? 5 years is a long time. A certificate course will probably take you 6 months and you'll have it. With a certificate course, you can get a diploma.
Yes.
With a diploma, the next stage is a degree. Phrase it so that, or frame it, you are bettering yourself. So you are not stuck with that qualification that you came in with, or the lack of qualification you came with. You are by the time 5 years are over, you are definitely improved.
Yeah.
And in terms of paper qualifications or academic learning, you have something you didn't have when you came in.
Yeah.
But to simply say blanket statement, you must have a degree helps enormously.
I am of the idea, as far as being a member of parliament or a senator is concerned, we go to that school of parliament, whereby you actually taught what is expected of you as a member of parliament, as a member of county assembly, as a senator. Then from there, once you've qualified from that particular school, now you can present yourself for election, so that IEBC can qualify you and say that, yes, we have verified among other qualifications,
this person is able to.
Yes, he understands or she understands their role once they get into this parliament.
You know, I'd never thought of that, but that is an excellent suggestion.
Yeah, so you do that either 3 months or 6 months, depending on how they curate the curriculum. Yes. So if Paul Mungala Mbuvi knows that he needs to vie in 2027, I need to attend that school of, let me call it parliament for now. I need to attend that school of parliament today. And in the next 6 months, I am done with and I sit for an exam and I pass or I fail.
Certificate.
And I'm given that certificate. So regardless of whether I have a degree or I have a PhD or I have whatever it is that people might expect me to have, at the very least, I know once I get into parliament, whether it's the county parliament or the national parliament, I am aware of my role, my mandate, and whatever else pertains to that particular position. That for me would be a better qualification than all these PhDs, because we have all these folks out there, or rather in there, with all those huge qualifications and titles from PhD and CPA, CPAK and FCPA. But still, they still will not deliver. Those who do not have those qualifications are actually delivering better than them for their people. as far as representation is concerned. So that, for me, I think would be value for money as far as Kenyans are concerned.
That was a question that was asked yesterday. So
yeah. All right, so let's start with our first story on radiogeneration.co.ke. Let's start with this one for President Ruto in Wajir County. And the title is "Why I Okayed Proposed Ebola Facility in Laikipia." That is President Ruto. President William Ruto has defended the government's plan to establish an Ebola preparedness facility at Laikipia Air Base, linking the project to Kenya's long-standing cooperation with the United States on global health, security, and pandemic response. Now, speaking on Monday during a media roundtable with Northeastern journalists at Wajir State Lodge, the president said the arrangement was part of a wider international collaboration aimed at strengthening Kenya's public health systems and emergency response capacity. Ruto said the decision to host the facility was made within the framework of existing partnerships, noting that Kenya has worked with the United States for decades on disease control and medical research.
he's right on every point, actually.
He is.
When we were talking about this yesterday, I brought in the advent of HIV and the role that the US played in it. There's absolutely no way we would have brought the pandemic under control as we did in the absence of that intervention. But the thing that perhaps was most advantageous is the capacity that was built as a result of that. People who ordinarily would have been consigned to death stopped that particular journey. People who ordinarily would also not have had employment got employment as community engagement officers or community field workers, or whatever you want to call it. But our research capacity was expanded as a result of it, because we need to understand the disease. What that meant was that facilities that had previously just been small rural dispensaries or small clinics had to expand their capacity because of the treatment aspect of HIV. So, and for a long time, there is just some serious budgetary support, direct cash injection that the Ministry of Health has been receiving from the US for a very, very long time. It's the Trump government that brought it to a halt. So the things that were made possible in terms of just the capacity of the Ministry of Health to deliver to the citizenry, it was supported. Now, sometimes people respond to situations because they haven't been adequately informed. This is a case in point. And so they cannot be blamed for responding the way they have responded.
True.
Because they do not have alternative information to counter what it is that they believe to be true. Okay? It's a crying shame when what is bringing down a project that could be useful is ignorance. And not because people have chosen the ignorance, it's because those who are better informed and who should inform them have not done their due diligence and informed them.
But you see, one of the biggest problems that Kenyans have with this whole quarantine thing is the fact that, number one, it's Ebola. It's not malaria. We have malaria here in Kenya. It's not HIV. We have HIV here in Kenya, and many other diseases that I can choose that are within Kenya. So when America says, for example, they want to set up a malaria facility within the country, Kenyans will be like, oh, okay, but good, because we clearly have similar problems. But now they're asking Ebola, it's not even here. Fine, you want to do research, by all means do it, but why not do it where it is? Then there's
where the epicenter.
The epicenter, yes.
The disease.
Yes. Ground zero, as we'd call it. And then the other thing is the remarks made by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, when he said that, and I'm paraphrasing here, that they will do everything to ensure that Ebola doesn't get to America. That one, by the I agree with them. The same way Kenyans would want to do everything to ensure Ebola doesn't come into Kenya. But he said that and that's why we are setting up, these centers in the region. They classify us as it's like every time we complain,
we are not allowing it to come here. We are going to transport it to that other location.
The states, the US has got 51 states, I believe there are 51 or 50, but there are very many states. If they decided to do something in Utah, it's still America.
Alaska,
Alaska, it's still America. If they do it in Idaho, still America. But When you move people from DRC Congo and then you bring them to Kenya, my friend, it's not the same thing. This is one sovereign state and this is another sovereign state. So you cannot just say that we are doing this in the region.
Mimi
kuna vitu zinakasirisha wa Kenya.
Mimi hata sielewi.
Yeah. So as much as there is perhaps good intention, Kenyans don't see it that way.
But even the good intentions, they are already cancelled by certain utterances.
Right.
You make a statement of that sort. What else are you going to say to sort? It's people have taken it and they say, oh, mnaendelea na mambo yenu sisi ndio dumping grounds, ndio
Exactly.
Okay.
Now you see that's how Kenyans look at it. So everything else that America might want to do, yes, everything else that Ruto might want to achieve with this facility, my friend, those utterances already have just killed the entire conversation. Yeah. Madaraka Day in Wajir. Inclusion and development drive security in northern Kenya. Some of the things that President discussed. Now, the President did say that he I think, was it an order, was it a decree, was it policy, that this thing called Madrasa and Duksi should be now included into the curriculum. I don't know how that will happen, but I've seen a lot of folks praising it online, especially Muslims.
I actually don't understand.
Yeah, I've seen Muslims saying that this is a good idea. Personally, I am for, you know what, it's okay.
Mimi sielewi. Nikielewa,
Naam.
Then I will comment.
Mimi ninaielewa hivi, and I could be wrong in my understanding, but this is how I understand it. If it's put into the curriculum, that means the same way we have PE, or we have drama classes, or we have music classes, or we have arts and crafts, or we used to have them at the very least. I think they're back now with CBC, right? That means if you want to learn madrasa, you will have your session for madrasa. So does it mean that they have been removed? First of all, where were these madrasa classes? I believe they were in the mosques, and I do not know at what time the students would go for madrasa classes. Was it over the weekend? Was it on Fridays? Was it after classes? I don't know. But now that they might or will be integrated into the education system, does that mean that they'll no longer be done in the church, not churches, but in the mosques anymore? That's something I would also like to understand. Then number two, because I've been seeing guys say, okay, fine, let's also include catechism classes. These are now the Catholic version of, what I would believe is madrasa, because catechism is just you being taught about the Catholic faith in preparedness for, or as you prepare for your confirmation or baptism, or even marriage, because there are some folks who have got to do catechism because this is their first time they are baptized, then they're married into the church. So does it mean that now we should include catechism? I've been seeing people asking that. And for SD's Nitra Sabbath classes, I believe they are saying also, let's also include Sabbath classes. Now the Hindus are saying, let's also do this. let's have a Bhagavad Gita classes also into the curriculum.
The larger debate for me here, separation of powers.
Okay.
Religion, state. That's why I say mimi sijaelewa vizuri.
Naam.
Nikishaelewa nitazungumzia.
Haya. Wacha tutangoja. Hiyo taarifa najua tutaipata tu. But nimeona watu wengi wakipigia debe wakisema hii kazi mzuri sana, wakipiga makofi wakisema this is the way to go. Ruto pledges civilian terminal for Wajir International Airport by end of 2026.
Okay.
What does this mean? It means this. President William Ruto has announced that a civilian passenger terminal at Wajir International Airport will be completed and operational before the end of 2026, alongside a government-backed plan to establish a university in Wajir County, as part of efforts to boost development and expand opportunities in northern Kenya. Now, speaking on Monday, during the 63rd Madaraka Day, held in Wajir for the first time since independence, the president framed the occasion as a signal of stronger national inclusion, saying the region will play a bigger role in Kenya's future growth and development. Sawa. Civilian terminal, eh? Kwani before that it was a military base? But he has said that we are going to have a civilian terminal, which is a good thing. And this brings us to the end of that. bulletin, if I may call it. Let's check out what's happening as far as the traffic situation in the county of Nairobi and Mombasa is concerned. All right, so here's the thing. Yesterday there was no traffic because it was a holiday, but today everyone is back on the road, including school buses, including more or less everyone who's going to work this morning. Matatus are fully operational. I can see that because Ngong Road has pockets of traffic as usual in the places that I usually tell you about, the Junction Mall, for example, Ring Road, Kilimani, and also around the Nairobi Funeral Home roundabout. Then going beyond that, Haile Selassie not looking bad at this particular hour. So the CBD is actually jam-packed at this particular hour. No, not really jam-packed, but it has got traffic, and I can see that you guys are moving quite well within the CBD. So this is the time everyone is checking in. Landis Road is looking good. Then now we move out of the CBD, head on over to Jogoo Road. Jogoo Road not looking bad. It's actually green. So that means that everyone is driving into the county of Nairobi, coming all the way from Kangundo Road. Let me just go back and see how it's looking. Yeah, Kangundo Road not looking bad. Manyanja Road as well looking. Oh wait, Manyanja Road is jam-packed at this particular hour, and the traffic is stretching from Gertrude's Children's Hospital into that interchange as you're getting into Outer Ring Road. But beyond that, everything else is looking good. We're also talking about traffic around, what's the name of this road? Savannah Road. Yeah, as you're heading towards Outer Ring, this traffic is huge here. You guys are not moving. What's not happening? What's the snarl up? Ni matatu, ni accident, sama ni nini? Mumeshikamana kule vibaya tena sana. Alright, but beyond that, it's moving quite well. If I check out this road known as Airport North Road, it's looking good actually compared to other days. You guys are moving quite well. But if I stretch back to Utawala, oh yeah, mko sawa. But there's a little bit of traffic from Mihango heading towards Quickmart Utawala and beyond as you're heading towards where? Naivas Supermarket. But after that, it opens up and you guys are moving quite well. If I check out Thika Superhighway, from Ruiru getting towards Kenyatta University, you guys are moving quite well as well. So KCA University pale hapo ndio the snarl up begins, and it goes all the way to Pangani. Kiambu Road as well, it starts around the DCI headquarters heading towards Muthaiga Square. But after that, you know the drill, you're moving quite well. If I just check out this place known as Mombasa County kama K at this particular hour, it's 34 minutes past 6 o'clock. Mombasa is looking clean. It's like they haven't recovered from the holiday yesterday. There's zero traffic, like literally some places actually gray and a few pockets of green. I mean, it's traffic, but it's really can't classify it as traffic. But mnasonga vizuri Tononoka, Kaloleni, Kikowani, Mzizima, Baringo Road, Linda ya Makupa, Landi ya Makupa, also moving quite well. If you see something on the road I need to know about, well, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's check out the papers this particular morning. And which one shall we start with? Because we need to see what is germane to you guys, and especially as far as the main headlines are concerned. I shall start with the People Daily. Front page of the People Daily says, Ruto's bumpy road ahead as 2027 beckons. Re-election headache, that is what they're calling it. Is it really a headache? I don't know. I think it has gotten to a point whereby President Ruto is like, guys, we have been saying this for the last 3 years. 1 term, 2 term, no term, half term. You know what? Walefa, man. I actually feel like it's going to that point. Because lately, even how he has been talking, it's like, guys, we can't be on this particular story of 1 term, 2 term, day in, day out. We might as well focus on other things. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong on this. World No Tobacco Day. Lobbies call out industry, demand stronger laws. This story is on page 16. And yeah, that is as far as the People Daily is concerned. I think People Daily do it more or less trying to do it the way Akina Standard are doing it. One headline to sum it all. Now, let's check out the Standard. No, this one is from yesterday. Standard hawajaandika gazeti ingine ya leo. Tuone kama hawajaandika. Wameandika. Here it is. Ebola center, that's the question they're asking, and they're saying no. Nanyuki town erupted in protests as furious residents stormed the streets to oppose a proposed Ebola quarantine facility, paralyzing transport, forcing businesses to close and triggering clashes with police and soldiers in a standoff that is fast escalating into a major political and public health controversy. Now, despite government assurances that the facility and negotiations are above board, more Kenyans are preparing to demonstrate against its establishment. Quick question, Sitimuga. Did they go on to establish this facility despite what the court said?
What facility?
This quarantine facility.
Look at it this way. The hospital that you could refer to as the major government hospital in Nanyuki, there are those who say that it already has quarantine capacity. Quarantine capacity doesn't need Ebola for you to have it.
Yes.
You just need to have a highly infectious disease for you to have it.
Yes.
That's it. Now, we first understood these things when upon our shores arrived HIV. When COVID came along, we understood it even better.
Yeah.
So that capacity and that of the ICU, those we've established. But a program such as this one, by the time you are hearing of it, and we know the history began some 10 years ago, it isn't as though when the agreement was signed, people sat back and said, okay, the agreement has been signed. The agreement was signed so that certain things could be set in motion.
Yeah.
Now, the details of what exactly was set in motion or have been set in motion or have been done with the health facility that already exists there, I am not clear about. But I do know that the capacity of that particular hospital was enhanced. I know.
Now, from what I understand, this Ebola quarantine facility was to be built within the airbase in Laikipia. Again, from what I understand, not built outside the airbase, not within the hospitals or a hospital. This one was a separate quarantine, like this one was to be separate completely from the general population.
Look at it this way. If I had the details of the agreement that we signed in 2015, it would be easier for me to respond to that question for this very reason. I've already said that some of these things are done in phases.
Yeah.
Okay? That we are hearing of the building of the quarantine, it means, one, remember the agreement that we had after being ratified by Parliament in 2016?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
The entire understanding was expanded up to 2029. Okay? So, what was the details of what was expanded, what was added, is probably where the quarantine, the actually building of a physical facility now comes in. Okay? Because every time this problem has arisen, from the reports that one reads, either the patients were taken to Germany, and the reason is simple. Germany is nearer than America from DRC.
Right.
The latest one I was reading, some were taken to Czechoslovakia. Again, it is nearer than taking the patient to America.
Right.
Okay? But it is not as though Americans who've been infected have not been taken to America before. They have.
They have. They've been treated there.
Yes. And notably, those who are infected did not die. Okay? Which means the capacity to actually ensure that you treat the disease.
Yeah.
Because it is treatable. Okay? They had it. Now, this is probably where the discussion of the skills transfer comes in. Okay? The thing I lament, and I truly, truly, truly lament, is why something that could have been explained is not explained judiciously. You're now dealing with it when this particular horse has bolted. People have already formed their opinions, and they're not budging from their opinions.
Yeah.
Now we're talking of clashes, where we could have been talking about a debate as to what it is that we're talking about. That's the thing that really bothers me. But here we are. Let's debate, the government ought to come out clearly and explain to us in detail what it is that they're talking about. Start with 2015 and tell us what was signed that we understand. Or if you don't want to tell us where to find it so that we can read it.
Which is more or less telling us.
Yes, exactly. We'll go and read it. And then once we've read it, we'll be able now to understand what it is that we're dealing with. Because the Americans are clear about what they want.
They do not want Ebola in their country.
Yes.
And they are doing everything to ensure not a single case of Ebola.
Yeah, if we think the Secretary of State or whoever was speaking has put his foot in his mouth, so be it, but he has spoken. Are we looking after our interest?
Have you seen Americans complaining? They are not complaining.
Yes, so.
Then they're like, oh, you said what? Oh, you guys, you have us. You got us. So this thing is not coming here. Okay, fine. Thanks, brah.
Kwisha.
Hey, whatever else you do after that, my friend, unless that thing is coming this way, msitusumbue, we have other things to do. You know, and because now I wonder how this is going to affect our tourism, how it's going to affect our trade.
There are those who are saying that the sort of tourism that normally goes to that region is already being, people already cancelling.
Which region? Laikipia?
Yes.
But you know, there's someone who is, let me just pick a random place. There's someone in Budapest right now, in Hungary, who doesn't have this kind of information that we have at the bases in Laikipia. According to him, US has set up an Ebola base in Kenya, period. She wanted to come to Kenya with his family or her family. And I said, I have heard there's Ebola in Kenya, forget. That whole story of Masai Mara, forget. They do not know this thing is in Laikipia. They do not understand the quarantines. Then they've just said at a headline, Ebola facility built in Kenya. They're like, you know what? We are not going there. Someone is in Turkey. Someone is in Iran. Okay, I don't think they are coming here. But you get what I mean. They're just like, that thing has been taken to Kenya. Wait a minute. Yeah, let's go to Tanzania. Tanzania doesn't have an Ebola facility or a quarantine facility. That means no Ebola in Tanzania. And they'll go to Tanzania. Bwana hii kitu imetuharibia vitu vingi.
And you know Tanzania has a border with the DRC. Sasa sisi hapa.
Daily Nation says Ruto silent on Ebola.
No, he's not silent. He spoke about it.
Yeah, he said that Kenya and America are friends, and America doesn't have other friends, so that is why.
Did he say America doesn't have other friends?
Kuna mtu. Where is that thing? I hope I've not deleted it. I hope I have not lost it. My goodness, I might have lost it. Here it is. So someone, and I hope we'll get audio on this one. Naona producer ananisaidia hapa. So there's someone, he's called Honorable Japheth Ouma. Here we go.
Laikipia Air Base, I gave the okay because it was an agreement and a partnership with friends who have worked with Kenya for 30-40 years. The American government has supported us. They have deployed huge resources in Kenya. When President Trump asked the government of Kenya to support them by having a center in Laikipia Air Base, I gave the okay because it was an agreement and a partnership with friends who have worked with Kenya for 30-40 years. The American government has supported us. They have deployed huge resources in Kenya.
Okay. So that is more or less what President Ruto said while he was having that kikao with the leaders of Wajir County. That the reason why he agreed this center to be here is because the US has supported Kenya for a very long time. And like you rightly said, our partnership with America started a long time ago, even before Trump ever knew he was going to be president of his country. But now, if we go deeper into this friendship of ours, let me just ask you something. City, if you had a friend today, even if this friend has worked with you for 40 years, 50 years, 70 years, wait, not 70, he has worked with you for as long as you have been alive, there are some things, even if you're friends, you will still not allow them to do, or you will not allow them. You'll just be like, bro, you are my friend. You were at nikiwa shule, you helped me. I was not bullied because you protected me and everything. You gave me pocket money when my parents couldn't do anything for me. But there are some boundaries. You tell them this one is gonna bring problems.
There's if there's a disease in a region and it hasn't crossed the borders to get to you, it does not mean it will not get to you. A quarantine acts as a buffer.
Yeah.
A center acts as a buffer, and a center is not just a fence where you go and stuff people so that they don't get out. No. In medical terms, one of the things that people begin to understand about quarantine has to do with animals. Your foot and mouth disease will see a quarantine.
Yeah.
Okay? Yes.
Ni ukweli.
Yes.
Yeah.
The very aspect of it is it's a preventative measure.
Okay.
So that in the event that something untoward happens, you are prepared to deal with it. But these facilities of this nature come with a research component, and they also come with a treatment component.
Yeah.
But in order for this to work, it also means that people in the medical field have to enhance their expertise, and that's where the skills transfer comes in, so that people are now able to do things that ordinarily they were not able to do before.
Yeah.
I understand what happened in HIV because I worked in that particular field.
Yes.
And I saw laboratory capacities being enhanced phenomenally.
Yeah.
To be able to test all manner of things to an extremely high level that would not have been there if that disease, A, was not what it was, but more importantly, if we had not received the aid, because the ability to build it was made possible because of the financial support that was received. Now, once that capacity is there, it is there. You can't take away the capacity. It already exists. But of significance when we're having this discussion is this. It isn't as though because the Americans have built it, it is only Americans who will be taken there. Now, but on this one we're unclear, and that's where it needs to be clarified. If it's a regional center where people who have that problem can be brought, and an air base is because it's a protected, it's a military base.
Yeah.
It's a protected region. It's not open to each and everybody, or anybody can walk in. There are salient details of such matters that can be discussed in great deals by people who are experts. I am not an expert. And these people work for the government.
Yeah.
They are experts in these specific hemorrhagic diseases, and they would speak about it with clarity. Why they are not speaking about it and why they are not allowed to speak. See, this is the puzzlement that I'm dealing with. It's like the government is letting this thing get a life of its own, and the life of its own is not positive because people are going to resist it. Yes.
Okay. Like I was saying, Daily Nation says Ruto silent on Ebola dispute. The High Court will today hear a petition seeking to block the Kenya-US deal on the killer virus. So it's supposed to happen today. Also today, CS Duale will appear before Parliament and explain this whole thing on the quarantine, and perhaps through that we shall get some kind of information. But they are saying despite growing public opposition to Kenya hosting an Ebola isolation facility for Americans exposed to the deadly virus, President William Ruto avoided any reference to the matter during his Madaraka Day address on a day protesters marched to the gates of Laikipia Air Base, where reports indicate installation of the facility is underway in defiance of a court order.
Let me ask you something.
Yes.
All these things that are happening need not have happened. None. None whatsoever.
Yeah.
This constant positioning of government where it persists in shooting itself in the foot, I honestly don't understand. This is not the first time we're having this discussion. This is not the first time we're asking, why doesn't the government get hold of the narrative and explain what is going on? The sort of expertise we have in that field, bro, Nikali
Ni kweli.
sana. So when the explanations are given, so we will hear them. Yes.
Katiba Institute lawyer Malizo Nyawa anasema the court orders stopped everything to do with that facility. If it is true and government is proceeding with construction, then it is a violation of the court order.
Yep, it's a trend that we have seen before. So we will not be seeing anything that is new.
President vows an end to exclusion of northern Kenya. President William Ruto yesterday led this year's Madaraka celebrations in Wajir, the first time in 63 years that a national feat was being hosted in northern Kenya, where he promised the region will no longer be sidelined. Speaking at the new 10,000-seater stadium, the president listed policies by his government to benefit the region, including amending the vetting system to ease issuance of national identity cards and funding of 3 extra teacher training colleges. Good stuff. The full coverage is on pages 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the Daily Nation. And fresh divisions rock Uburu's ODM faction. Queries after some senior party officials, including National Assembly Minority Leader Junaid Mohammed, skip major Kisumu event. This story is on page 10. Aki City mia tatu nicheke tu. What is happening to ODM?
So let's watch as it unfolds.
Aya. Over to you. Nimemaliza magazeti mimi.
Mimi wacha niangalia Star.
Angalia Star.
Right. New tactic. Ruto shifts to grassroots ahead of polls. President Ruto shifts strategy from regional kingpins to grassroots. Okay? Okay, that's what it says. Man jailed for 15 years over fatal radio fight. God almighty. WHO warns against use of Kenya-tested Ebola virus vaccine in the current outbreak.
You're saying you're reading the Star?
Yes.
Okay. I think we have different stars then.
No? Why would we have different stars?
Because the one that I have here,
what does it tell you?
The main headline says excavators roar as 272 billion JKI expansion begins. Ama umefungua kwa ndani?
Yeah,
niko ndani. Sawa. Endelea. Ilikuwa dhani hii ya juu.
Hapana.
I almost thought you're reading the Star from Uganda. No. Carry on.
Right. The story by a gentleman called John Mushangi. John Mushangi is what one of these rare journalists whom you call a science journalist.
There
is an Ebola vaccine that's being tested in Kenya. It's called Ervebo.
Yes, I've read about Ervebo.
Yes. And they're saying that this thing should only be tested in controlled trials, not in mass vaccination. So it means that there is underway a process to actually determine. By the time it's being tested, means it has been created. Now, it's at a phase where it's being tested within a control group.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, once results have come in from that particular testing, is when, by the way, what they're now testing is its viability. Is it efficacious?
Yes.
Does it cause any harm? Blah, 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 things like that. Because you have to do that testing before you allow it to be tested on a large group of people.
Yeah.
You have to determine how are people responding to it. What is it that we see is adverse about it? What is it that we see that is good about it? Etc., etc. City woman wins right to sue clinic for wrong sperm donor. I thought this one... Sio ni kali kidogo.
Hiyo ni kazi mingi.
Hiyo ni kazi mingi bwana. Wewe ulikuwa unataka hii.
Ukapatiwa hii.
Umepewa hiyo.
It's like you wanted to buy orange flavor but you've been given lemonade. Lemon flavor.
Unaambia aziko mbali sana.
But this one is not what I ordered nonetheless.
No, hata green haiko mbali na orange.
You're told, you know what, we didn't find the orange flavor you wanted, so we kind of gave you pineapple. So we hope you're okay with this.
Pear fruit.
Anyway, we are laughing at someone's misery.
No, we're not laughing at the misery. We are laughing because it is bizarre.
Yes, it is.
Okay? It's the bizarre nature of it that we are laughing about. Okay? Stop playing politics. Ruto tells critics opposed to Laikipia Ebola facility. That is not possible. You see, this is where now the problem comes in.
Yes.
You start something and it suits your purposes, but you don't fully comprehend what you set in motion. Okay? A lot of what we see now is what we saw when President Ruto was deputy and he had started campaigning for the presidency. Okay?
Yeah.
He poked very many holes into the government of the day and he was still the deputy president.
Yes, he did.
So now, the very thing that he did is what is now being done
To him.
Oh, yes, it is. It's just that there's a larger number of people who are doing it, but that is exactly what is happening. Yes. He opened that particular door. So, as they say, the shoe is now on the other foot.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's crazy, eh?
No. It is something that one should be careful about. Anytime you say certain things or do certain things, please be cognizant of the fact that you are setting certain things in motion. And some of those things you set in motion may actually work against you.
There's something when you were talking about the Rebo
Vaccine. Vaccine, yes.
Yeah, that one is treating the old Zaire something. The name of the virus is called Zaire something. I'm forgetting.
Yes, it's not this current strain that we have.
Yeah, the Bundigibio.
Yes. What happens with these things is this.
Remember, they mutate.
This is actually a live creature, okay? And it is struggling to survive as you are struggling to kill it. So what it does is it mutates. Now when it mutates,
things are thick.
Things are very thick because it will be now immune to whatever it is that you want to sort it out with before.
Dr. Bamji yesterday was telling us with this issue of HIV. You remember he told us that the HIV virus is more of an RNA virus, that is a ribonucleic acid virus.
Yes, it is.
So it's easier to deal with as opposed to this other one. He was saying he's not sure. And I like the fact that, he was saying that he didn't have the facts. But he was saying he's not sure whether this is a DNA virus or an RNA virus.
Let me tell you something. The RNA virus that was COVID, not COVID, was HIV, was very difficult to deal with. Yes, that is why you need a multiplicity of approach to be able to deal with it. When it was exposed, it was weak, it died very quickly.
Yes.
But inside the body, if there was a virus that was tricky,
it's a gladiator.
That thing was tricky, bro.
Right.
That's why you had to have this particular drug which does this to it. This one blocks it. This other one diverts it, God knows where.
Yeah.
In the absence of that multi-pronged approach, it was almost impossible to halt the forward march of the HIV virus.
It's quite easy to kill this DNA strands or RNA strands, because all you need to do is know which particular enzyme will break it at what particular point. You can literally target the point and say, on the strand of that particular nucleic acid sequences, you target a specific one and you introduce that enzyme, and it will go and it will kill that particular virus. Now the problem with that is that your own DNA might be having that sequence. Actually, it's a guarantee that you probably have that sequence somewhere in your DNA, and that means that also your DNA will also be killed.
There was this journey to determining what it is that could be brought in to halt that forward march of HIV. They came up with something called Nonoxin 9.
Okay.
That thing was proven could kill the virus, but it was also possible could kill the host.
Exactly. Because anything that targets the DNA, it won't know this is a viral DNA or your cell DNA. As long as it's DNA, inafika pale inafanya kazi yake, inasema guys, I'm done, next job.
Yeah, no umeenda.
Imemaliza virus.
Na wewe pia.
Na imekumaliza pia. And that is why it is easier to treat things such as fungus, bacteria, protozoa, because all you need to do is, for example, for many of the bacteria that are usually killed, the antibiotics that we take, they either go disrupt the cell wall of the bacteria, exposing the bacteria to your immune system. Then your immune system gets in and kills it, because many a times your immune system is unable to penetrate the wall of the bacteria. Same with things such as fungus. Sometimes they target a certain growth of the growth cycle. They target a specific part, inakuja inasimamishwa pale, it doesn't grow beyond that and it dies. Your immune system gets in there and kills it. But now with a virus, a virus is just that. It's just a strand, and it gets into your cells and it uses your cell mechanism to replicate itself. Now that, my friends, is the problem with viruses, and that is what makes them very dangerous. Yeah. So let's hope more research is being done on this one. perhaps with even advanced technology such as even this nuclear technology we keep on talking about. It's actually bringing some very good results as far as viral technology is being studied. And with time, maybe one time, one pill inasort kila kitu. Homa gone, HIV gone, Ebola, it will be something of the past. Right now though, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has defended plans to set up an Ebola preparedness facility at Laikipia Air Base, saying the project is important for protecting the country from future disease outbreaks. Speaking during a meeting with journalists from northeastern Kenya at the Wajir State Lodge on Monday, the president urged politicians and other leaders to stop politicizing the project. He said the government is taking responsible steps to strengthen the country's health security and ensure Kenya is prepared to respond to future health emergencies.
So, the facility that is at Laikipia Air Base is not a facility different from all the other facilities that we have across Kenya. We have 23 other facilities set up in Kenyatta Hospital, in the police hospital in Nairobi, in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, in Kenyatta Hospital in Thika, in Alupe Hospital in Busia, and in many other areas.
Embu Governor Cecily Mbarire has called for review of proposed US-backed Ebola facility in Kenya. Speaking during Madaraka celebrations in the county, Mbarire said Kenyans should be assured of safety in the wake of plans to establish an Ebola isolation facility in Laikipia County.
Nimesikia vile watu wameongea juu ya ile center ambayo inaletwa ya Ebola. Wananchi wanaongea na wanaogopa. Hata sisi viongozi tunasema hiyo kitu iangaliwe kwa maanani kabisa, ndio tuhakikishe tusije tukajipata kwa hali mbaya kama Kenya. As a leader, we are asking that matter be looked at in a very, very critical way.
Residents of Embu County have been asked to stay calm but vigilant after health officials confirmed the county's first case of Mpox. The confirmed case involves a 29-year-old woman from Kagari North Ward in Runyenjes sub-county. County health officials said the woman sought treatment at a local health facility after developing symptoms, and laboratory tests carried out on May 30th confirmed she had Mpox.
Ningetaka kusema ya kwamba kufika mwisho wa wiki that is jana, kuna kesi moja tumeconfirm ya kwamba huyo mgonjwa ako na Mpox upande wa Runyenjes. Ni case tumekuwa tukifuatilia for the last almost 2 weeks. Huu ugonjwa uko na dalili kadhaa: kusikia uchofu wa mwili, kuumwa na kichwa, unasikia mwili kama temperatures inapanda, na mwisho kuna pimples wanga zinatoka kubwa zikiwa na maji.
The Kenya Meteorological Department says several food-producing regions are likely to receive normal to below normal rainfall between June and August this year. Areas expected to receive reduced rainfall include the Rift Valley, the Lake Victoria Basin, the highlands west of Rift Valley, and parts of northwestern Kenya. Meanwhile, coastal counties such as Mombasa, Kilifi, Lamu, and Kwale are forecast to receive normal to above normal rainfall during the same period. Lebanon says Hezbollah has accepted a U.S. plan for it to halt attacks on Israel and for Israel not to attack the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The Lebanese embassy in the U.S. said it had received confirmation of Hezbollah's acceptance of the U.S. proposal for a mutual cessation of attacks. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed the agreement but warned strike on Beirut will go ahead if Hezbollah does not stop attacking cities and civilians. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and this is definitely that time when we get to talk about some very important issues. Basically, this is the time to have our morning conversation, and we already have our guests here with us. But before we do that, wacha nisalimie watu wawili watatu. MC Tonje, goes without saying, he's already tuned in. So thank you so much, MC Tonje, for coming through. We also do have Douglas Kibugong, a very good morning to you. We also do have Kagema Mudhami saying morning. Yesterday was just tasteless Madaraka day with President deciding to make it our Wajir and the people of Wajir speech only, and all Ametenga for Northerners but not much for the rest of the country. Well, I kind of feel like these guys have they probably, for this one Madaraka day, I wouldn't mind when the president decides to make it about them. But anyway, I feel you nonetheless. Mr. Willis Juma amesema good morning City and Buvi. Sungura Wedo amesema leaders are elected to represent their people, not to do degree jobs. I agree with you, Sungura. Then we also do have Luis Ruda Singwa saying good morning. City, you don't agree with him?
I'm trying to figure out what on earth he's talking about.
Remember that conversation we were talking about, yes, whether leaders need to have degrees or not?
I understand. I understand. So according to him, okay, go on.
Whether you have medicine or a medical degree, whether you have an engineering degree, whether you have a biotechnology degree, for him, he's like, when you're in parliament, it's neither here nor there. Just deliver on your mandate.
Endelea tu, bro.
Yeah. Sungura wetu amesema, an American once asked me if Kenya is near New York. Sungura una to enjoy. Danson Kenya says good morning City and Movie. Then there's Bruce Lee saying good morning guys. Is this pox I had on the news and Winnie? I don't understand that message. Last but not least, we have Christine Chege saying Ervebo is already in use in controlling Ebola Zaire strain since the 2013-2016 epidemic. Evans Onyancha says good morning you good people. Well, Evans Onyancha, good morning you good person as well. All right, so now we want to talk about Madaraka Day celebrations and of course the ending femicide march that happened yesterday to the state of the nation from a youth perspective. With us is Youth Coordinator, National Students Council of Kenya, Mr. Mark Oko. Mark, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Yes, good morning to all our viewers. Good morning, Buvi and CT and sister here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Karibu sana. And our sister is none other than Diana Ngao. She is a youth league member at the People's Liberation Party. Diana, good morning and welcome back as well.
Asante sana, good morning.
Did you get to watch the Madaraka Day celebrations yesterday?
I didn't get to watch, but I did a recap. Yeah. Okay. I was busy in town with the end femicide march.
Yeah. So you will tell us what happened in that end femicide march, but meanwhile City has got a proverb. Kama kawaida, you will let us know what you think about it. It's from the country of Seychelles, also known as Ushelisheli in Kiswahili. Ulikuwa unajua inaitwa Ushelisheli?
No.
Ndio umejua leo?
Yes.
Ulipata nini Kiswahili?
Lakini nilipita mtihani.
Bora ulipita.
Nilipita mtihani.
Ukumbuki ndio ulipata? Ni sawa. City, over to you.
Thank you. Opportunity does not wake up those who are asleep.
Ladies first.
I think it would be similar to saying that opportunity moves on to the next available person. So if you're asleep, itakupita. Yeah.
Ni kweli kabisa. Aya, jamaa wa Kiswahili.
Yes, for me in context, I think opportunities are available for those who go after them, and it won't come to your doorstep for the literal, meaning around it. So sometimes you need to stop sleeping, awaken from the dream, and come to work. Yes.
Okay.
Opportunity fortunes the brave.
And opportunities benefits the bold and those who are prepared.
Right. And femicide.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Well, I'm sighing because it's such a heavy thing to think about, that many women don't feel safe in their own country. Yeah, like even walking, even in daylight now, you're always looking at the back, like who's walking behind me? Because there's just so many incidents of women being killed. Most of them, unfortunately, have been by their intimate partners. Some of them, it could be just they're enjoying their walk home and their two men decide, no, this is going to be someone that I want to abuse. So it's just so unfortunate that we have to get here, that we have to go out to the streets to actually demand for this to be called a national crisis. Just last year, we lost 220 women to femicide cases, and those are just the documented ones. There are so many that go undocumented. So, I mean, it's a somber moment just to think that women and children are not safe in this country.
200 women, you say?
220, just in last year. Between January of this year to now, yesterday I think Jerry Migwi said that it was 67 cases of femicide. Yeah.
From January to?
Yeah, to May.
Oh, you're talking about 2026, the last 6 months?
No, we've moved 2025, there were 220.
Yeah.
And then now 2026, in the last 6 months, we've lost 67.
Yeah.
Oui.
Yeah. And it's that's why we're saying it's no longer a woman's issue. It's a society issue. Yeah, this is a mirror of society and the kind of society that we have in Kenya. Yeah. And it's not just something that women should go out to the streets and demand. We're also asking our brothers, like, stand with us, because you're not our enemies. We are collaborators in this country. So we must be able to call out those other men who decide that women do not deserve to live.
Yeah. What are some of the issues that are leading to these kinds of deaths from, what you know?
Of course, there's gender-based violence, there's sexual violence, and it's just the general thinking of what the place of a woman is in the society.
Yeah.
That makes there's a power dynamic there that makes a man feel that, at any point, if this woman aggravates me. There was a story of a lady who was unfortunately murdered in Kilimani, and it was from an ex-lover who all of a sudden felt aggrieved that, she doesn't deserve to live anymore.
Or it's if I can't have you, no one can have you
Yes.
kind of situation.
Yeah. And we've had so many other cases. That's just the most recent one. There have so many other cases, not just this year, last year, so many. So along the way, until we got to this point that it's a national crisis, they've been there. It is just that the act of government, or rather the ministry and even the police, take it like, yes, we know this is a problem, but there's no goodwill to fully implement the recommendations.
Yeah. Okay. Mark,
yes,
your opinion on end femicide?
Yes, for me, I think it is more of like a value system chain, and I'll dwell more particularly around the issue which she has talked about, around the intimacy issue. And this has been dynamically changing over a period of time. Now, I had, there was a time I think City was giving an analogy of how the courting process during the days used to look like, how it will take a bit of time and all that. But we live in a world today, especially for my generation, where it is so much commercially based, where people feel like because I spend much more money on you and all that. If, for example, on the ex-lover situation, you'll find that it is not even really particular about the intimacy, but they do feel, because of perhaps the level of of investment they have done in terms of money and all that, then they feel like, this has gone to waste. And there are people who feel the justification that because they've spent a lot of money on you and all that, then if it is not being reciprocated, perhaps the only way they think, and it's very unfortunate that it is happening, in our country.
Let me speak about something that might end up putting me in trouble, but I'll say it anyway. Do you think that perhaps there is some truth to it, that we men, not we, but men invest a lot, and not just men, also women invest, but there are partners who invest in their partners, but that investment isn't either reciprocated, or they do not get, let me call it, value for either their money or their time.
But you see, if you look at the hierarchy of things, there is nothing that comes after death. Once you kill somebody,
it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's a wrap. Like, there are some things you just call it bygones and leave it. This didn't work, and you can always try it with the next person. And if you look at life, and I think Elder City will tell us here that there are times things could work. There are days it will not be meant to work.
Even right now, it might or might not work. But okay, let me perhaps phrase it differently.
Yes.
Is it possible that there are some partners who take advantage of their partner, whether men or women, whereby I know for a fact that Diana here, I don't love her, but because she is so invested in taking me to school and helping me find a job and even helping me find opportunities, I endear myself to her, najifanya venye nampenda, but the moment I get what I want, I leave this relationship and I tell her, bana, me, I don't like you, I don't love you, I don't want you. Do you feel like there are some folks who actually do that?
You see, that is now a different context. Whatever happens between relationships, as to whatever, because when you get into relationships, people have different kinds of what a 20-year-old and a 25-year-old and a 30-year-old lady and men want is totally different. But the bottom line is you don't need to kill somebody. That's
that one I agree. I agree. I'm not justifying this. I'm just asking, do you feel like, because by the time someone is feeling, hey bana, Mark, I paid your school fees, I even built your parents a home or a house, I even bought them a car and so many other things that I did, and then now you're telling me you don't want me? Surely.
And that's why I'm saying that this issue is really a society issue. It can't be looked at from a gender lens, because the moment we start saying that this man invested so much in the woman, then there are other men listening to you and saying, anyway, why did I invest so much in this woman, and start to become aggravated. I think the conversation we should be having around femicide and this issue is in regards to the value of a woman and the cost of life. You can't cost life there's no cost to life. It's priceless.
True.
And the fact that these issues of watu wanatumiana, even in businesses, business partners hutumiana, but that doesn't give me the right to take life. That doesn't give me the right to take life. So I feel like also men need to have this conversation with their fellow men, that you must respect a woman, because whether she's a woman or a man, at the end of the day, she's a human, and she was born here without you being part of it. So you can't be the reason why she's the one who's not living today. And that also goes to children, because by the way, this femicide issue is going hand in hand with the number of children who also go missing, who get raped, who get abducted. This is a serious issue that can't be politicized, and must be looked at. We need to have a conversation as a society and be like, what are we doing with majority of our population, because women are 52% and children also are part of the 70% of youth. So what are we doing with these people who are almost the most vulnerable? It's actually a reflection of how we see the most vulnerable people in the society.
Consider this perspective. How do we bring up our children?
Of course, with a gender lens. The girl usually it may not be the case anymore, but in most households, but usually the girl was the one to pick up around the house, follow what the mom is doing, and then the boy would really just sit at home and maybe be sent once or twice for errands. But because we have more modern households where women are also working women, I think that dynamic has also begun to shift.
You see, if we had a situation where there were more women killing men, and that was the problem, perhaps we'd pay more attention to this particular matter.
And that's why I'm saying the issue cannot be that women are being killed. It's women are people. They're humans also. It's a society in crisis where the value of human life has been reduced to power dynamics. It is also what we are seeing play out with police brutality. It's another power dynamic where police, who has been mandated to protect and serve, decides to take a life of someone.
Again, I go back to how exactly do we socialize? The value aspect is absolutely spot on. You see, there is this assumption that we human beings are logical creatures. We are actually not. We are emotional creatures.
Yeah.
Where our logic comes in is when we want to justify what our emotions have led us to do. What Paul, yes, exactly. What he said, oh, I've spent money, I've done this. That's now the logic coming in. Okay? I still remember in the days when I was much younger, I was actually a child. I remember the first time I ever encountered what we're discussing here. Nobody died, but I had an uncle who had actually paid school fees for a young girl he was interested in. In those days, somebody could actually pay fees for this girl as she grew up, 15, 16, finished school, even take her to college in the hope that he would marry her. This uncle of mine did all this. Then a friend of his ended up marrying. Now, how we understood the story was because he came to live with us because he had attempted suicide. That's how disappointed he was. See? Now, the issue of men seeking to spend money. See, it's you who decides you want to spend the money. Okay? So why is it that when you have decided to spend the money, it's now suddenly somebody else's fault that you're spending money on them? And it is you who made the decision to spend the money.
Well, they are, again, if we look at the arguments online on this particular issue, they argue this and they say, if Diana, I start paying school fees for you, I am definitely not paying that school fees because I'm a very good friend to you. I'm paying because I am interested in you in one way or another. So that means perhaps nangojo malize shule, then I marry you. Nangojo malize shule, I impregnate you, you become my wife, and so on and so forth. Okay?
Did I consent? Did I say that yes, pay for me school fees and then I'll become your wife?
Now, the moment I come to you and I ask you, how much is your school fees per semester? 130K. I remove 130K. That already is an assumption that I'm interested in you, right?
Assumption.
It is up to you to ask me, lakini mbuvi, hii 130K, like unanipatia kwa nini? Then perhaps I'll tell you, but see, of course I want you, I want to marry you.
Maybe they also don't even give their intentions then.
So by the time I pay term 1, term 2, year 2, year 3,
imagine
year 4.
You're shifting the blame to the woman. And that is part of the reason why we are here with the end femicide, because for time memorial the blame has been shifted to the woman. It is not the victim's fault.
In fact, we take it even further. Whenever you have a discussion about rape, suddenly it's the woman's fault, and you're thinking, hey, wait.
Yeah, she didn't.
So did she ask to be raped? Did she? What part did she play? Again, somebody has done something horrific, and now they're looking for ways to justify it, and so you blame the victim.
And that's why I'm saying the conversation needs to be extended to men, because we cannot solve this without the men on the table. You have to have conversations with your fellow men to understand, because there are very great men who are great collaborators of this women movement, right? And who understand that, you know what, just because she's a woman doesn't make her less of a human, doesn't make her that just because I may be stronger doesn't make her less powerful in her own right. So it's important that these men who understand this to talk to the fellow men, because these conversations are happening online. And by the way, majority, even for me, if you see majority of the people following me online, majority of them are men. Right? But if we have more men online coming up to speak, yesterday we had men in the march, and I was like, we needed more men. First of all, I was grateful for them joining the march. Second of all, I was like, we need more men. We need more men to see that this is an issue.
I agree with you.
Because what City said, that if it was more men being killed, it would have actually been an issue.
Of course.
But now that it is women, so men, tafadhali, let's talk about this and let's make sure that more men are aware that women need to be respected, children need to be protected.
But where does all this start? You remember what I talked about? How do we bring up our children? How exactly do we bring up our children, and what is the role of men in bringing up children? How do they influence that process? Because these people who go around killing women are Kenyans.
Yeah.
These people who go around killing women are people's children, people's brothers. They're just human beings like others. So what is it about them that makes them have this tendency?
I think it will also more back revert to what Mbuvi was talking about, because I don't think a rational human being will just take a knife and pierce or throw somebody. It's something that it's a form of anger that grows over time, and they feel at some point. But to go back to what the analogy that Mbuvi was giving about, there's a man who feels he's frustrated like your uncle, he has paid fees and all that. I think one thing that perhaps a young man or older men should always have is to see things in foresight, because the social attraction towards somebody is always evolving. And what do I mean? What a 20-year-old say girl will find attractive or is looking for, say, from a man, or what is their most immediate need. Say, for example, if somebody feels like I'm in 20 years and right now I just need somebody who can help me to finish this school cycle. When they get to 25, they have something different. I think that would also be the same mess that perhaps your uncle was caught up. The girl is done with school and now he's thinking about something different. Perhaps the maturity levels is all that. But the bottom line, I think, as we cycle onto relationship dynamics and all that, I think there is nothing that justifies killing any person.
No, there isn't. But
yes,
a sense of entitlement will take you very close to that point where you feel you can actually kill somebody. You see, the moment you quantify relationships and you commercialize them, you open the door that will lead to things you did not expect. Because it is not an understanding of mutual existence. No. It's trade. Okay? And the problem is, and Paul actually hit the nail on the head, you assume.
But just to add on something, I think as to give us a solution remedy, apart from what is also being done in terms of protests and all that, I think is that we should revert back to our initial accountability systems. Like if you found how marriages used to coexist especially when old times like Kinasitu are getting married.
You've referred to me 5 times
because there's a time you are giving an analogy and I really love that. I love the analogy he was giving about marriage. Our families were pretty much, if for example me and Diana are involved, that courtship process before me and Diana are involved in getting married, so many things are involved, families and all that. So by the time even somebody is thinking about, say, killing you, the accountability systems that are around it, sometimes if you have an issue and they say, hey, acha tuite wazee, and they come and talk and all that. But in the modern society, two people who don't barely know each other well, they're staying in Nairobi, nobody is within that account who can take accountability of what is going on between them and all that. So even if I kill her, who will ever know? The parents don't know me, the brothers don't know me, so
sorry. Yes.
And the accountability system, apart from the family, I think needs to go beyond, because sometimes people they can kill you because even if they know your mother or they spoke to your mother that afternoon, because that point of rage which you talked about is illogical. The logical brain has shut off. But the other accountability system that we're asking for is a public registry of sexual offenders. We need to name and shame these people. And I don't know what entered the president to decide to pardon sexual offenders, but we need a public registry that shows that this person, that even when employers are employing, that it is known that this person is a sexual offender. Because a lot of them hide. It could be someone's uncle, someone's father, someone's brother, other, they hide with us in society.
They do.
Yeah.
I agree. But what I will say, because we need to move on to the other issues we need to discuss. But what I will say about this particular thing is this: if today, Mark, you send me 10,000 shillings and I didn't even ask for it, the first thing I'll do is I'll call you and ask you, hey Mark, nimeona 10k, what's up? Unaniambia nilisikia ukiongea asubuhi that you have car issues, migurudumu yako ya gari imeharibika, so hiyo ni usoti hiyo issue. Be like, oh, thank you so much, Mark. But if you send me another 10,000 another day, I'll call you and be like, hey Mark, naona kuna 10k ingine umetuma hapa. Unaniambia hapana, unajua tu ni I'll be like, no Mark, we can't live like this. Please kindly
By the way, Paul, do you know?
I will be like,
you don't belong to this girl generation, huh?
I know. I'm using him as an example.
Yes, I'm glad you are, because the vast majority of women who have been killed are young.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, 19, 20 years.
Young, really, really, really young. Do we actually understand the dynamics of how those people relate to each other? Do we? Well, you're in age bracket yako. Now it's my turn to refer to you.
In terms of how young people relate to each other, in terms of, do you mean in the romantic context or?
No.
Yes.
In the context of picking tea. What else would I be talking about?
Yes, in the romantic aspect.
I feel like inadvertently there is a bit of imbalance in terms of expectation, because you see, for the 20-year-old, for the comrade there, he's expecting a normal kind of relationship. They are still dependent on their parents and all that. But what is also growing up so much is that women are looking upwards, and for the girls and ladies whom we study with, say we have been studying with at the university, to get most of them want men with money, so.
You think it started with your age?
I just want to say that we dilute the conversation by speaking in regards to only intimate partners. That we realize that there's a woman who was walking down the road somewhere in Juja and got raped and killed. So if we reduce if we reduce this conversation to only speak about intimate partners and the dynamic between intimate partners, no matter the age group, it really dilutes the issue. Is that women are being killed almost every other day. Women are being raped and sexually abused every other day. There's also physical abuse that's happening in households, in many other places. So we can't reduce the conversations to only speak about one dynamic. All what we can all agree here is that, number one, you cannot kill someone.
Yes, you can't. But you see, I am concerned about the triggers that bring these about. Again, I'm going back to, how do we bring up our men?
All right, teach.
And what are their influences once they've grown up? Like Mark here, what are the things that influence the way they go about their behavior?
Yeah, I agree, because even in my church, the church I'm a member to, even when we're doing a lot of this parenting and these different classes and communities, the men are absent. And the question is that if the men are absent here, then what about even in the homes?
You talk about church. Go to schools when you have functions at schools and just look at the population of men. It'll tell you volumes.
Your teacher anasema, whenever you talk about femicide, talk about pedicide also. Wachana at anasema upbringing and value systems have degraded. These are part of the symptoms, in my opinion. I agree with you. All right, so we'll set a day to talk about all these femicide issues, because indeed we can't have a conversation in 20 minutes?
Yeah, I agree. But it's a conversation that we have to keep having.
Yes, for sure. When you talk about Madaraka Day celebrations, a couple of things happened yesterday. The president did say that part of the reason why he agreed to the Ebola quarantine center or facility in Laikipia is because America has been a friend to Kenya for a very long time. They've supported our healthcare system for a very long time. I understand currently 30% of our healthcare is 30% is funded by foreign entities, perhaps the US, the UK, and others. But what are your thoughts on this Ebola facility?
Umeanza na mimi?
Yes, ladies first.
I don't know why CT is laughing so much, but I can say I watched the US, I'm forgetting, Mark Rubio.
Yeah, he's the state Secretary of State.
Yes, and how passionate he was. Like, we cannot allow Ebola into the United States. We must protect our people. And for a moment, I thought, I'm like, wow, I'd be proud to be a citizen of that country and actually have trust that my government is taking care of me. Lakini on the flip side, hapa, we're like, you know what? We've been friends with the United States, and I mean, what is a little Ebola? We can contain it, uko Laikipia. I mean, I think that it is a testament of the kind of relationship our leaders or the people in government have with the citizens. Just because we are friends with a foreign nation does not mean that we give up our sovereignty. Yeah.
So according to you, they don't have boundaries.
I don't even know how that even became a topic. That, you know what, in our agreement for health that we will. I'm shocked that this is possible. And you know the worst part about it, if it was Kibeste, probably we could make very many agreements. I mean, we would make very many discussions and debates about it. But the fact that there's money involved, that Kenya will be given a bit of some money to be able to put up this quarantine center.
1.7 billion.
Exactly. So it just shows that you're putting again the cost of life based on a number that's there. Because Kenya, I mean, if I look at it, Kenya right now is grappling with a lot of economic issues.
True.
Right? So, I mean, the government of the day is trying to look where to get money, to get funding, whether it's own source revenue, whether it's development funding, whether it's commercial loans. They're looking everywhere to ensure that they can continue doing what they're doing.
Okay.
So now when we see that you're bringing an Ebola facility to Laikipia, when we know Ebola is a fatal disease, where we know that we can't even, our current even health system, if one Kenyan was to be able to get Ebola, will not be able to contain the spread of that virus.
Actually, we will.
Aje.
You see, you are assuming, first of all, let's start with the sovereignty issue, Diana. How exactly do we compromise our sovereignty?
Me, I've never had. Maybe you can tell me, CT. I have never had of a foreign country setting up a quarantine facility in another country that is not where the disease broke out.
Okay.
If anything, why can't they set up the quarantine facility in Congo?
Actually, ideally, they should set it up in Congo.
Yeah.
Where the epicenter is. Do you understand and know why it is the US spent so much money on treating, researching on HIV and AIDS? When you conduct research and you provide treatment and you provide ARVs, what you're doing is you're protecting your own citizens. That is the larger picture. Because HIV, it's not on anybody's forehead. It's yes, the incubation period for the longest time was known to be 10 to 15 years. When a government like this particular one seeks to do what they're doing and they communicate it the way they are doing it, they shoot themselves in the foot. This is not a stand-alone thing that the government is doing. No. It is part of an agreement that was first signed in 2015.
Yes.
Ratified by Parliament in 2016. An extension was given to 2029. Mudavadi spoke on it. It is an agreement that dealt with diseases like malaria, dealt with HIV, dealt with child mortality, blood transfusion. It is a wholesome thing that had to do with the support that the American government would give to the Ministry of Health.
So, City, let me ask. If someone, we have that quarantine facility in Laikipia, if a Kenyan in Laikipia contacts Ebola, will they be able to access that quarantine facility?
That is what is being asked. A quarantine is not for somebody who has been infected. It's somebody who's been exposed. When you're infected, you are isolated. The information about this facility is so vague that the questions you ask are valid. This thing could have been explained better. It could have been spoken of by experts who know, so that it could be understood. So when we're debating it,
We can debate from a
we,
point of
we know what
yeah.
it is that we are debating, but the government has not done that. So here we are talking about it. The details of whatever they agreed on, we do not know. How it is or who it is who's going to have access to the facility, we do not know. That it's in a military compound. Again, now, immediately there's restriction because military installations are not places that citizens can just walk into. So it's not that I'm in disagreement with you. I know because I have worked for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, so I have knowledge about how some of these things work.
Okay.
And I have an idea of some of the benefits that accrue from it, from the work I did when I worked in HIV and AIDS care and treatment and research. And I saw how capacity building worked and what it is that we were now able to do simply because of this same funding that was received. Unfortunately, hemorrhagic disease like Ebola is scary.
Yes.
Very, very scary.
Yeah.
Mark Oko.
And
Yes.
Oh, sorry. You wanted to conclude?
yes, I just wanted to conclude by saying, and even at when you're saying that it's very, very scary.
It is absolutely
yes,
scary.
and even not knowing the context of or the what is inside the agreement over the years, this health agreement we've had with the United States, it is important to also look at the times. The country is the government is dealing with a lot of mistrust of its citizens. It is not the time to further drive that mistrust by some of the actions.
Okay.
It is a matter of putting the citizens first, and that's what we fail to keep seeing. Even the lack of public communications on the issue that further divides the country, further divides the citizen, further erodes the trust. How will you be able to govern?
You know, one of the things which is tragic is this. When a government does not control a narrative that it can and does not present the citizenry the information they need, then we have the situation that we have here.
Yeah.
It happened with the issue of building a nuclear plant in Kilifi. The government didn't come out and explain to us what it is that they wanted to do. Now it's in Siaya. Again, what you raised, Diana, I'm in agreement with in this sense. I was asking Paul this morning. I honestly do not understand why you have all these communication people in government, and yet the thing that they're supposed to do, they don't do. Surely such a thing. Should this thing not have been spoken of a long time ago?
The issue with the communications of the government is that it's highly politicized. They have failed to transition from campaign sort of communication and focus on governance sort of communication. That is the tragedy, and that's what's driving the corrosion of public trust with the government. Because you see, the thing is, there are very key issues, leave alone even this about Ebola, very key issues that when you decide to take a few 30 minutes of your time to further research, you start to actually get, oh, okay, this is not so bad for us. But because it's been politicized, it's now been seen in the light of 2-term, 1-term, no term, half term, all these terms that's when now everyone seems to have an opinion. But I agree that the breakdown of communications, especially from the government side, it's a letdown. And I don't know whether
nataka huko atuambia hapa amenyamaza sana on this issue huko.
You know, in the USA, when you are put in a trial and you do not want to answer the question for self-incrimination, you decide to pledge the fifth.
Okay, so are you pleading the fifth here?
Brother sixth hakuna hapa.
I wanted to pledge the fifth around this Ebola issue because of I just feel around the timing of because of the confidential knowledge I have perhaps around it, but just to lay out your fears, I think you raise a very valid point that that on our side as government there was much need to give much more communication around it. Give Kenyans the clarity of how those who are those who are being brought from the USA, are they those who are actually infected, or
is it USA or DRC? Are they being brought from the USA or DRC?
The US citizens from DRC.
Yes, US citizens from DRC.
Okay.
Yes, but from Kenya, the process around that. Then also, inversely, also show if it is, what is it that you are getting in reciprocation for aiding out, USA in terms of hosting that quarantine facility, saying in Laikipia. But
Mark, pause for a second. Are you saying that this facility is only for US citizens?
No.
Hatujui.
And that's why I started by saying that
because if it's a quarantine center and it's catering for the region, that's a completely different story.
Yes.
But we are setting up a quarantine
for
specifically for the US citizens.
Didn't they say it's a 50-bed facility? 50 bed to cater for the region.
I do not know. Let me explain again. Please understand the difference between isolation and quarantine.
I agree, but 50 bed.
You see, this is not a difficult discussion to have if you look at the facts. Okay? It is really not a difficult discussion to have. But in the absence of the facts, what exactly are we discussing?
You know what? I guess we'll do this because CS Aden Duale is appearing before Parliament today.
Yes.
We'll wait.
Also a high court. There's a court.
And then there's that court ruling also expected today. I guess we'll wait for that. Perhaps now speak from a point of knowledge, but as it is, just like the government to government oil deal, we have absolutely no idea what this thing is about.
My friend, this is now the downside of how successive governments function.
Yep.
There was the MES saga, where county governments, the thinking behind it, sound. We all agree that we're going to get equipment so that can be used by county governments, because this devolved function of health ikokwa county. Haki, that agreement, mara the AG doesn't know anything about it, mara the Minister of Health doesn't know anything about it, mara the PS. So you're thinking, so how did we even get to the point? The mistrust is built over time because of the way in which government has a tendency of doing things in this country.
Right.
Yeah, when you forget to put the people first.
They unfortunately, they always tell us they're doing it on behalf of the people.
Well, that's not the nature. Maybe Mark can tell us. Are they doing it on behalf of the people? Because
are you? You as government. there's a question,
but I don't think it's very right to say that they don't have knowledge. They don't have knowledge around it. Perhaps they're just not.
It's not them. It's us who don't have.
Us who don't have knowledge.
Yes, it's not them. They have knowledge.
For sure they do.
See, they're the ones who discussed it, so they have knowledge. No.
Hata amesema kuna information unajua hizi katuambia saa hizi.
Because Bobo on the air.
Because of the confidential nature of the
pleading the fifth
of the information. But there's something that took place last week. Actually, it was the weekend before this one, where some politicians, said that they will ensure no matter what happens in 2027, that is next year, this election will be rigged. Now,
they will ensure rigging.
Yes.
Oh, you did
no. They did.
They made it very clear. You heard it, right?
It was in the papers.
Deputy Governor Savula, he said that no matter what happens, they own government. They are the ones who fund IBC. And they will. Yes, sir.
Allow me to comment on this now.
Yeah, I will allow you.
At least that one we have
you have receipts.
Anyway, what I wanted to say about that, there's something in law they often called statements of PAF.
Right.
They might not be actually true, but they are far from reality.
Okay.
So there's this I don't know if it's delusional or there's this concept that has always been sold out that there is only one person who has a monopoly of this thing called deep state.
Yes.
It doesn't exist, because as somebody who has been part of government, I've done a bit of analyzation of this. You'll get that all these political players will always have their people everywhere. Gachagua will have his people in NIS, in police, in IBC. All these people always have across the board. So there's no one who has a single monopoly of this thing called deep state, that they can use deep state to their advantage to steal elections.
Okay.
I'll give you a proper example of what happened in 2022 elections. Okay, in 2022 elections, when the tally was being done, both on Raila's side, Azimio's side, and on our side on Kenya Kwanza,
right,
the election was meant to go on a runoff of 37,000 votes. The runoff was supposed to be, but there's these people we normally called enthusiastic voters. The enthusiastic voters normally finish voting around 2 p.m., 3 p.m. And because we have 44,000 polling stations in this country, see, everybody will be just be sending, unajua, you send to the national tally, hii hapa ni kama tumechukua, hii hapa tumechukua. So it was a tight end. So there are people who started saying that the deep state should now come in for Raila Odinga and just add one vote per polling station, but that could not work. What happens and decides who will win, especially when it's hard to call one, is something called a multiplier effect. And how does the multiplier effect work? Like in 2022, I've told you the gap was supposed to be 37,000. Now at 3 p.m, okay, imefika saa 9, tunapiga simu sasa, tunasema this thing is hard to it's hard to call. How do we now start calling more people to still come and vote? So, like, for example, the turnout it's a bit of a complex, but I think you're getting me. The turnout in Mount Kenya,
yes,
and turnout in Rift Valley and the places that supported William Ruto,
right,
it was easier to do the multiply effect because there were actual people who came out to vote.
Okay.
The problem as to why it was hard for Raila to increase his numbers after the enthusiastic voters have finished voting,
yes,
is because people did not turn out to vote, particularly say in Nyanza. So
that's how you guys have decided to explain this thing.
Imagine. That's what I was like. He has not answered the question.
He has said it's a very difficult concept, but I hope you're getting it.
He has not answered the question.
I love the logic.
Yes.
I love the logic. Unfortunately,
yes,
it doesn't tally with how our elections actually process and how it moves along. And it is a good theory. It is like the tyranny of numbers. Ile ambao sasa, you see, it is, I like the intellectual approach to this, and it is good. What you've done is good. You see, if I were to ask you for evidence to support what you're saying, you'd tell me you have evidence.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
After the fact.
Yes.
Not now.
No. 3 years down the line is when this, had it come up on the day, a week, a month, everything you say would have been extremely plausible, and I've said, this is actually possible. 3 years down the line, you might as well.
The math is not math.
No, you might as well tell me, that server was moved from Germany to Czechoslovakia.
But you see also this idea of
to Budapest.
Yes.
This idea of stealing elections. How do you actually? Because you see, with the new enacted law, the results of the presidential election is announced at the constituency level.
Yes.
So, and we live in a very digitalized world.
Yes.
Surely getting just a result.
You never heard of Jose Camargo? Did you hear of Jose Camargo?
But you see,
no, lakini ndugu ukweli wa mambo, you're defeating your own argument. If indeed is announced at the constituency, then why do you have a tallying center at Bombas? What do we need it for?
I mean, now it's for the national tallying to bring all the results, why you'll announce.
Let me tell you the
officially announced
the reason why what I've heard over and over from folks, including even Boniface Mangi, who I hosted here last night.
Yes,
they have said that this is being said over and over so that we can have that voter apathy.
Yeah,
so that's
deflation.
So that strongholds of the opposition, whoever their flag bearer will be, let's even say it's Matiang'i, that supporters of Matiang'i or Maraga will say, Martha, will say that, what, why even come out and vote for Martha? And yet these guys have already rigged this thing. You see, so they'll end up winning anyway, because the real supporters of opposition will be like, that's a gava may make it surely. Why am I even
let us also just say that we do have election rigging in Kenya.
Okay.
That one is for sure. We do have election rigging in Kenya. Because neither of us have been part of rigging an election, we won't be able to give you the facts. unless Mark is telling us that he has been a part of, we've not been part of election rigging, but we know, we have seen even presidential petitions talking about election rigging.
But it has never been conclusive.
Well,
they've never said that Maraga, so this election was actually rigged.
Maraga said that. Maraga's judgment in 2017 was basically saying that yes, we need to go for a rerun because this presidential election did not pass free, fair and credible.
It didn't meet the threshold.
Yeah, it didn't meet the threshold of free, fair and credible elections.
Right, but he didn't say that this election was rigged in favor of a certain candidate.
But if someone says that this election has not reached the threshold of free, fair, free.
Diana, the question you ask is very important.
Diana, mimi nakubaliana na wewe kama Mkenya. But as journalists, I have got to say there is no evidence to suggest that indeed there is no judgment rather that has been put out there to say that this election was actually rigged. But yes, free, fair and sema.
What is the meaning of free, fair and credible election?
It might just mean that according to what is expected of an election in terms of maybe watu kutokezea kupatiwa nafasi ya kutokezea.
Nini unasema nini?
Free means an election is free from any sort of manipulation and interference. What is rigging?
Manipulation.
Exactly. So he's saying the same thing. But this election has been rigged.
But manipulation is not just rigging. Manipulation could be everything else or anything else for that matter.
You know, the thing about our elections, we focus on the presidential election
and forget about
yes, and we forget even about party nominations or elections. Our induction into rigging starts with party politics.
I agree.
Because that's where every trickery, every political game that can be played is played. Mara huyu amelipa hii hajapewa hii. Mara huyu amefanya hii hajapewa hii. So by the time you're going into the national election, we've practiced, because at the party level, this is what we've been doing. Complaints don't reach the ears of many people at the party level because there are many parties and they're regionally based, so they're not national. However, when it comes to a presidential election and you talk about rigging, mnafikiri tulianza leo?
Haikuanza leo.
My friend.
By the way, there's something in regards to party nominations. There's something that Daisy Amdani, who's the executive director of Crown Trust, that said in a National Gender Sector Working Group on preparedness of elections, said that political parties must make the nomination rules and procedures public. That way we can address what you're talking about in terms of the rigging or the culture of rigging. Let me use his words and say the culture of not just rigging but manipulation of elections can be addressed, because now that's what characterizes the primaries, is what characterizes how the actual seat will go, whether it's MCA level, whether it's governor level, and whether it's even MP level. I feel like if this is actually publicized, that political parties are able to publicize their nomination rules, then that way we can be able to audit and say, this party, indeed, the D is democratic, indeed, in not just in name, but in nature.
All right. Just in finishing around this, because there has been that part, I think it has not been explained well about particularly the advantage of the incumbency over other candidates. There's a time there's one president in Africa had lost an election. I think it was Kaunda or somebody, and Mobutu was in a party, and he asked the question, how can you lose an election which you have organized yourself? Yes. So and that has always been one of the analogy, because you see the truth of the matter is that the incumbency has advantage of the intelligence system in this country.
Right.
They have
monopoly of violence.
Monopoly of violence. They have monopoly of security, state operators. They have but it is true. They have monopoly of.
They have the police. They have the army.
They're the ones who are funding the electoral commission.
It's supposed to be independent institutions.
I'm saying where the analogy is picked that you cannot lose an election which you have organized yourself, because literally the entire ecosystem system is being controlled by the sitting government.
Yes.
The funding of the Electoral Commission is done by the sitting government. The security of that commission is done by the sitting government. Somehow, we may not want to say it, but even the process as to how the people who form that commission is elected by the sitting government. So the sitting government would normally have, some level of advantage to the opposition. But let me just say this.
Right.
When we are going to a presidential election, the fundamentals to a presidential elections are not like that one of an MP. You can always actually do a prediction to it, even a year or two to it, because the truth of the matter is that our election is much based tribally arithmetic. You can always, like right now, you can know Mount Kenya is not going to vote for President Ruto like they did in 2022, and once you have already known the fundamentals of that,
yes,
the only thing that would now matter, say, is something logistical issue, say, such as turnout. And I think when I told you about 700,000 people from Luo Nyanza did not turn out to vote. If these people turned out to vote for, say, Raila Odinga, he would have been president today.
So Mark, are you saying that it is okay for lawmakers to actually publicly say that via hook or crook we will rig this election?
I'm not saying that is right. I'm just saying we need to understand where these analogies coming from. Then we can have that conversation. What could be this that would, because they are like, okay, EIBC, so then we have a conversation.
If that were true, then how did Raila Odinga lose the last election?
And that's why
because his supporter was the incumbent,
his chief campaigner
was the incumbent who, as you say, had control of all those faculties within government.
I think you didn't hear me from the word go. I said
analogy.
Not that. I said either today a particular state of things,
right,
there is no one who has one monopoly control of this thing called deep state.
Oh, I understand.
No one.
I heard you very clearly. What you said is they have an advantage.
Yes, they have an advantage.
And I'm asking, where was that advantage?
During that time,
yes,
during
because
that election.
there should have been an advantage. Raila Odinga came with supporters to begin with anyway. So all he needed was a little nudge. Not too much, just a little nudge.
I think he has confidential information.
Wacha niseme hii hapa, although I'll be roasted online, is that I still don't think Raila Odinga lost the 2022 elections.
Okay.
Yeah. Mimi ni wale wa hizo evidence ya kupeleka Supreme Court.
Yes. Ile hot air.
Hiyo hot air yenye tuliambiwa na wild goose chase.
Yes.
Me, I sat with those lawyers on that side. I saw the evidence, and I believe that Raila Odinga did not lose the election. However, the instruments of power were given to the current president.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll allow you 20 seconds each for your last remarks. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of City, are you okay?
No, me niko sawa. It is Mark's reaction that are amusing me.
Surely, if you can answer.
That's why I said it's my opinion. I must
Raila had already conceded to losing the election over time, and surely
he didn't concede. He went to the
when did he concede?
He never conceded.
Of course, there's nobody who will always outrightly come out and tell his supporters that you have lost the
You have
election.
to actually state that
Kamala Harris did it.
Yeah.
Even
Uhuru Kenyatta in 2002 conceded.
Uhuru did it. And other people did it that we can count. But guys, you have now 10 seconds. You've already spent your 20 seconds. Ouko. Closing remarks.
Now, more than astonished. Like, I'm even run out of words when he says that Raila that Raila won the election. That Raila won the election.
I am ready.
This is very late.
No. You will still get 30 seconds.
This is very late.
Proceed.
I know, I threw you off.
I'm like,
over to you. 30 seconds.
I think when you look at the issues we spoke about today, one thing maybe we didn't speak about is in regards to the president's remarks, in apologizing for how the North has been treated in this country, the North of Kenya. And I agree and I welcome that apology. But what he's talking about, sessional paper 10, was actually something that was for post-independence Kenya. And the issues with that he alluded to, which is right, is in terms of just focusing on high potential areas. Yeah, and that also caused the marginalization. However, 2010, Kenyans came into a new social contract called the 2010 Constitution, which brought about devolution. And with devolution, it said there are some areas in this country that are still underdeveloped. So we're not only going to give them divisional revenue, we're also going to give them the equalization fund. Now, I feel like his apology and his statements yesterday was not just an apology, but also a restatement of what is actually enshrined in the Constitution. Everything, by the way, he said. So if all what we need, we ask the William Ruto administration, tekeleza katiba. Hizi vitu zote unaenda around ukipromise ziko kwa katiba. They are not new. They are not new ideas. They are in the
Constitution.
And if anything, even about the equalization fund, since 2013, they are still behind. And in 2013, when this was actualized, who was the chair of IBEC? The intergovernmental...
it's only the deputy president.
It was the deputy president. Who was the deputy president in 2013?
Honorable William Ruto.
Yes. So, unless the apology is his, is personal, but we're just saying, I agree, the North has been neglected, but it hasn't been neglected because of sessional paper number 10.
Yes.
It is by the failure of implementing the Constitution and the full promise of devolution.
But also, not in his defense, but there are some counties that have never claimed their equalization fund.
Yes.
So, as much as someone is in charge of distributing it, there are counties that have just never come to claim their share.
Yeah, that's true. We even that's true.
Yeah.
We should come and discuss that another time in terms
of femicide and then devolution.
And devolution,
all
yes.
Right. Thank you, lady and gentlemen. We'll ask you, once you have settled, just go read the live comments. Mkitoka tu hapa nje after tumepiga picha, and then muangalie tu live comments, alafu muniambie mnataka namna gani. Meanwhile, here is the news with Winnie Maganga. We are hosting Honorable Wambugu Gunjiri, former Nyeri Town MP. The conversation is still around politics of the mountain.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested a 44-year-old man in Kiambu County of alleged cybercrime offenses linked to the publication of online content advocating the unlawful overthrow of the government. The suspect, identified as Edwin Gashangi Waiguru, was arrested by detectives from the DCI's Operation Action Team in the Kirigiti area following investigations into post shared on his Facebook page Kinta Kinte 2. According to investigators, the post allegedly called for sustained street protest, attacks on selected public and private properties, tax boycotts, and the formation of a parallel transitional administration. Police say the suspect is a former Roman Catholic priest who later joined a breakaway church that allows clergy to marry. Police in Diani, Kwale County have rescued a 22-year-old man who was allegedly chained and held by a traditional healer for 5 months. The victim, Guni Dele Mwatela, who has a history of mental illness, was rescued after his father reported the matter to the police. He was later taken.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. We have a small technical hitch, but we are back nonetheless. Salamu ziwafikie wale wengine wote wameandika hapa. For example, I'll just talk about is it Wachane? Wachane at Derek Mwangi, Kadidi Franci, There is Michael Olande, Mutoni John, who else? Jane Serial. There is also Geoffrey Mugaka. Kagiri, how are you doing? Kenywa Njeri, habari yako. Alafu kuna Mukasa Meshak, Calvins Kireta, and I think I've mentioned all of you. The rest of you are just having conversations, which is a good thing. Keep on interacting. Would like to hear your thoughts on some of the conversations that we're having here. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa. And also, we are on 89.5 in Garissa. You can catch us across all our social media spaces. We are currently streaming live on YouTube, on our X account, on Facebook as well. Now, in this particular hour, we want to talk about the politics of the mountain, and the wrangles within the political parties. With us is former Nyeri Town MP, Honorable Wambogo Gunjiri. Mheshimiwa, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Uko salama kabisa?
Complain?
Nice.
Yes.
Nice to have you here with us.
Thank you. This is my first time here.
Yes, it is.
Wonderful establishment.
Right. How do you like the air?
I like the ambience.
Umepatiwa kahawa?
Kahawa nimekuja na kadawa kidogo.
Umekuja na kadawa Huku pia tunakuanga na dawa.
Ala?
Tuko na mpaka
tumia yangu alafu nitabeba yenu.
Tuta replenish for sure. Tunakuanga pia na mandazi. Ukitaka kuna biscuits, kuna cookies, kuna mkate imepakwa siagi.
Ndio maana
ngwashe na wakati mwingine hata ukisema in advance unapata ka breakfast hivi English breakfast.
Nilikuwa mnajua nakuja alafu ni aje? Hamkunipanga.
Unajua kuna wale wanakuja kwa wameshajipanga. Wanaingia pa Serena before afike hapa. So watu kujua kama umepitia hapo before
ushago. Sikuwa na hiyo form.
Lakini karibu sana.
Asante.
And pole for your homa.
No worries.
Yes. Happy belated Madaraka Day.
Thank you. To all of us.
Yes, indeed. Where did you spend it yesterday?
At home.
At home,
Yes,
with family.
At home, like most Kenyans. Yes.
Now,
but it was nice to see Wajir happening.
Right.
For outside whatever politics we have, whatever our political persuasions, it was having served. One of my best friends is a member of parliament for Balambala. He's called Mheshimiwa Shurie. And a lot of the times when you have conversations with him, he always makes fun and tells me, kama niko Kenya. Oh, uko Kenya? You know, when he's at home.
Yeah.
So it was a good feeling watching the Kenyans from that part of our country participating in a national celebration.
Kenya ilienda Wajir.
Ni kama Wajir iliingia Kenya. So it was whatever the politics, because there was a lot of politics as well.
For sure.
The fact that we have a system that can actually integrate and make that side of our country feel like Kenya, it's something that's been long in coming. That's, you have to give credit where it's due.
Sure. Wanasema mgala muwe haki mpe.
Yes.
Kweli. Yes. We have a proverb. So Siti will share with you the proverb. You tell us what you think about it before we get down to business.
All right.
Proverbs the whole of this week are from the Republic of the Seychelles. Opportunity does not wake up those who are asleep.
Oh, that's an easy one. If you're asleep, then nothing's going to be happening. Period. Nothing is happening. I'm sure you can get Bible correlations and many other things. Yes, but it basically means if you're asleep, nothing's going to be happening in your life.
True story.
Yes.
There's something that the SG of UDA said last week, and it got everyone worked up. Both people in opposition, people in government, Kenyans in general. What are your thoughts on it? Because some are thinking that it was ethnic profiling. It's like he's against one particular community. He came out and apologized and said that you took his words, or rather Kenyans took his words out of context. And the more he explained it, the worse it got.
To get.
Yes, and a section of the political class actually rejected that apology and said, you know what, this fellow needs to resign, and if he doesn't, they will even petition the president to ensure that he's fired.
Yes.
But what are your thoughts?
First, and I had said this somewhere last week, it's not so much what Hassan Omar said, it's how he said it and the context in which he said it. Coast is the hot potato on issues ethnic inclusivity. we've got, I mean, you can go back into stories of Basil Criticos and other people who've had land issues for a long time.
Yes.
So it's a hot potato. Hassan Omar is a coastal politician.
Yes, he is.
He's an indigenous coastal politician, and there's always a narrative that kuna watu wa bara wamekuja Mombasa, they've taken over our land. So it's not something he did not know. He can try and explain it as much as he can. In fact, I was telling somebody, Hassan didn't apologize. He explained.
Yes.
It was not an apology. He was saying, look, you guys don't seem to have understood what I was saying. I was not attacking a community. I was attacking an individual.
Okay.
So, and then some people are saying, no, that individual represents our community, or that when you start attacking that individual, or when you start attacking an individual in a certain format, then you're just building up the narrative to community attacks. And I think for me, the danger about the remarks that Hassan made is that they can be replicated in very many places.
Okay.
That argument applies not just at the coast. So if you start having that conversation about people who have taken land, where will it stop? You start at the coast. Before you know it, you're at the Rift Valley. Before you know it, you've climbed up, to different parts. And there's always going to be a grievance of land in any part of the country.
Right.
If you go to Mount Kenya, you'll find parts or sections of people who believe, oh, this land used to belong to us. It was taken by the colonialists. When they left, they didn't give it back to us. They gave it to home guards, and that conversation doesn't stop. So that was the most dangerous thing about what Hassan said. So it's not so much about the ethnicization of that comment.
Yes.
Is a carelessness. Actually, I said it was just bad manners.
Yeah.
It was political bad manners. It was reckless. It was careless. And in a country like ours, when he holds a position like he holds as a Secretary General of a ruling party, I think you just need to be a lot more careful about the comments you make. The reactions are expected.
Sure.
We are getting to silly season. Politics is just around the corner. So everybody's going to try and get as much mileage as possible from that comment, especially those who have a problem with government.
Yeah.
And again, that is the danger of being careless when you're in government. You're giving fodder to people who don't have reason to even speak the truth.
True.
Yeah.
True. All right. At least that one is now out of the way.
Actually, not quite.
Yeah,
it's not.
I could see.
Okay.
I was thinking about what I was saying.
Yes, not quite, because Mheshimiwa here is one of those unique politicians. Unique in this
How
sense.
so?
Well, this man was a member of the ODM party.
Right.
Yet he comes from a region that was not known to be ODM supporters.
Sure.
Okay. So his thinking about a situation of that nature and why it is, because he has spoken of it very gingerly. He has been as philosophical and as academic as one can be on such an issue, and he's right to do so. I was rather hoping that someone with his pedigree would have touched on, in detail, a little detail, the issues that remain unresolved regarding not just land issues,
yes,
but regarding marginalization, regarding problems that we've had that were brought to the fore with the clashes and the internal conflict we had in 2008.
Right.
The various commissions that we've had that have dealt with such issues. And when it comes to land, the Ndungu Commission, because the land issue in this country is not a small thing, neither is it a passive thing, neither is it something that can quietly be wished away. Even now, in the region we refer to as the mountain, there are very, very vigorous discussions about land issues, who owns what, how they owned it, and what it is that happened to the original occupants and owners. So it is something that we actually must address.
Yeah.
What are your views on what I have just said?
Kenya is an interesting country. And I'm going to be, he's running away from me being philosophical. I'm a philosophy student. Sometimes I feel we are too close to the problem.
Yes.
To deal with it. What do I mean? Let me use a case of Mount Kenya.
Yes.
I know we keep hearing a lot of people referring to themselves as sons of Mau Mau. What most people will not tell you is that in nearly every family, or every large family in Mount Kenya, you had two kinds of people.
Yes.
You had people who are now called home guards, and you had Mau Mau.
Yes.
You know, one of the things that people never say is that Dedan Kimathi was actually sold out to the colonialists by his brother. And that challenge is what makes the conversation about land and historical grievances so complicated. Because the grievances you're talking about are grievances that point at another person who's most probably a relative of yours. And sometimes you wonder whether you want to do the South African thing or just have an open conversation, draw a line on the sand and say, from here, this is how we are moving. Do reconciliation. If you go to the coast, and not just actually, let me stick to Mount Kenya so that I'm politically correct. You'll find situations where not everybody understood the importance of land the same way. So you'll find some people who either were exposed earlier or for some reason acquired land very rapidly in some way or the other. And they were acquiring land from people who did not understand that land had the same. So you find the joke that a lot of us have is that somebody is going to ask, when so and so's father was buying land, your dad was wearing bell bottoms and dancing in the club and riding motorbikes, because he never understood. You get so sometimes that's a problem. And in nearly every land conversation, the owners of the land will argue that they have all the documentation that is required. The question is always, did the people who are selling you the land or who give up the land understand? Okay. Did they come from the same point of understanding? And then somebody is going to argue, the buyer is going to argue, it was not my responsibility for them to make them understand. It was a willing buyer, and you had that conversation. Willing buyer, willing seller. So even when you have that conversation at the coast, the owners of land in the coast will defend themselves and say it was a willing buyer, willing seller. But the people who are there, and that's another conversation that's going to happen in the Rift Valley, within the Maasai areas, and a lot of other places. People who are there, the children now of the people who sold land, are the ones who are saying, you took advantage of my father. You took advantage of the ignorance of my father. My father did not know the importance of land. You bought this land at throwaway prices, and that's going to be a turning around conversation. That's going to be turning around for a while. What is the solution to it? First, you have the belief that certain parts of the country also access title deeds before others, so that there's land in some areas that is titled, so it's easy to develop it, and there's land that is not. Okay. And then you hear that conversation having politics of because these guys were in government, they were able to access title deeds for their land, and that's why a lot of people are fighting to be in government. When you find leaders in the coast saying you need to go to government, is because they say when you're in government, yes, you can develop your place like the rest of the country. Northeastern, the reason they have that argument that they are the largest portion of the country and the least developed is because they say we've really never been in government. Now is when we're starting to get into government. So government means being able to deal with historical grievances. Yes. But then you're not dealing with them holistically. You're dealing with them piecemeal. Tukiingia serikali wakati wetu, we sort out our problems. And unfortunately, you look like you're sorting them against other communities. And that's why it's such a competition. And that's why Hassan Omar's comments will be attractive to locals and repellent to everybody else who is watching from outside. But you're asking yourself, why are you guys getting so upset? It's because he's also touching something that is unspoken in very many parts of this country. Okay.
Very true indeed. You see, why I mention it is this, there's a generation that actually doesn't understand that part of our history.
Yes.
And they do not understand that a lot of what they speak of happened under a completely different dispensation and constitution.
Yes.
So presidential powers were more or less absolute. The things the president could do were phenomenal. Now, because of those things that happened then, and they were never addressed or they were never spoken of in an honest fashion, people then added to it. So narratives were created upon what was actually a reality, and given time, it morphs into something that, should we say, is fairly far removed from reality.
Okay.
I grew up at the coast. And one of the things that I notice, and it's not a coastal thing, no, it's a Kenyan thing. People do not want to own the failures of the leaders they elected. Because some of these things that happened, they didn't happen in the dark.
Nope.
No, they happened in broad daylight. And they were made possible by people who had been elected, people who are supposed to look after the interest of their people. I come from a region where we believe strongly that we were marginalized after Jaramogi stopped being in government. But successively, there is no time, at whatever time in the history of this country, where there was no person in as a minister in any government from that region.
Coast.
There was always a minister. So you have to ask, if other ministers were able to, as they say, bring development, why didn't these ones take development? It's not a conversation we have, but it's something that must be had.
Okay.
Because then, if we don't, what then takes precedence in our discussion is the shifting and the pointing of fingers and the blaming of other people, instead of asking, what could we have done?
Yeah, true story.
Actually, sorry to just add on. I always make fun. When you go to a function, especially a solemn function, when you're a politician, you go for a funeral, you go for a wake, there'll be people who will be talking during, and I want to pick from what you've said. But then when you get to the politicians, and you've noticed this everywhere, the religious leader in charge of that ceremony will first warn the politician. And please remember, we are in church. Let's speak in a way that
pleases the Lord.
Yes. So a couple of times when I've been given the microphone, I've thrown the challenge back to the congregation. And I keep asking them, you're the guys who vote people. And nobody ever gets into political office through a back door. He's voted for by someone. Why is it that you've never been able to vote for people who will not make you get scared when you give them the microphone? Because see, that's failure of voters to take responsibility of their leaders is what has brought us to where we are.
Holding you to account.
We have we once we finish voting, we disconnect with the leadership we voted for. We start beating them up. We start talking badly about them, and we start preparing to vote them out. But you voted this guy for 5 years, and now unfortunately, because of that behavior, even the person you vote for has no connection with you, because they're already thinking these guys are going to remove me in 5 years anyway. So this one-term conversation didn't just start the other day. I mean, it's been in a lot of places. The minute you have voted for, they've already started looking for the guy who's going to replace you. So there's no connection between you and the person you voted for, and that's why you get to a situation where I saw comments about how much money has gone to Northeastern since devolution. It's huge. So where does it go? Because again, the reason we have devolution was to make sure we decentralize development. And money, there's been the affirmative action funds, the equalization funds. So where do they go? And why is it that the people who vote for their leaders are not able to hold them to account for this kind of development? Why is it, as Wycliffe asked, why is the coast still arguing they're marginalized, and they've had ministers in government, and not just ministers, powerful ministers from like independence, they've been, so the people have been powerful, but their power has not reflected in the region in which they come from. So you are powerful as an individual, and you'll notice that a lot of the times the people who are powerful as individuals, once they either passed away or left office, that power ended. It's not even dynastic. The way in some places you have dynastic power, where it's actually transferable to somebody else, either a child or a relative. This one seems to just vanish, it dissipates with you. So that says there's something wrong with how people integrate or engage their leadership.
Okay.
And that takes us a lot of the conversations we have today. Whether it's, I make fun. I didn't vote for this government, right? And that's it's very obvious. But so I keep hearing people asking me, you don't fight Ruto. So I'm like, boss, why am I fighting Ruto? Me, I fought Ruto for 5 years. You guys didn't listen. You voted for him. You're the ones who should be holding him
to account.
So now you want me to help you fight the guy you voted for.
You did it.
Yeah. Yes. And you convinced me that this was the right person. We argued. Now he's in power, and unfortunately, this is a reality of what we have. He is the president today. So we can't start talking about him as if he's not.
He is.
He is. And because he is, the conversation we're supposed to be having about him is different. It can't be the one I used to have. When I was fighting him,
he was not.
I was trying to stop him
from
getting to power.
Now he's in power. You can't tell me, the way you used to fight him. No. He's in, and that's never going to change. History is now going to note that William Ruto was the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Whatever happens, whether he serves 1 term or he goes for 2 term
or half term.
But now if half term is our brother from the village, the guy who history will also note that he served for half term of that particular term.
Okay.
And we need to accept that once you make a decision, you have to learn to live with it.
Okay.
Once we voted, or once the country system voted for William Ruto as president, then what we needed to adjust is then how we engage with him to make sure that he now delivers as president. Starting to poke holes in him and taking him back, trying to take us back to where he was before he was president, doesn't help us. He's going to be president for at least 5 years. What are you going to walk away from?
I like that perspective, and it makes more sense than this constant fighting and rejecting and resisting. What is your fight with Jubilee Party? Because you have been in the news. You've gone to the dispute tribunal saying that you reject the leadership that is currently there, and so much and so on and so forth. Let's start with there first of all. What's the issue?
Okay, first and foremost, I'm not fighting the Jubilee party.
Right.
I'm fighting for
the Jubilee Party.
For the Jubilee Party.
All
I'm a founder member of Jubilee. I try to explain to people that the speech Uhuru did when he launched Jubilee in Kasarani, I was part of a small team that participated in putting it together. So I understand the idea and the ideology of Jubilee from day one. That was in 2017. I've been a member of Jubilee from 2017. I've had the privilege of being a member of parliament under that party. I also had the privilege, or is it misfortune, of losing an election, primarily because of being a member of that party. If you go to my constituency or to my village, people will tell you, we would have voted for you back, but you refused to listen to us, and you stuck in a party we didn't want when everybody else was moving to UDA. So I feel as if I've paid a price, and I'm a stakeholder of that party in a big way. And so from last year, of course, immediately after we lost, there was a lot of confusion. We did not expect to lose, as usual. And even if we had thought we would lose, we didn't think we were going to lose as badly as we lost. So immediately after that, there was a lot of disappointment within the party. And a lot of people left. And I nearly left. And I was very disappointed. We all expected, I think this thing of we were government, we had deep state, we had system, we had all those things. We didn't expect to get thrashed the way we got thrashed, especially for Jubilee in Mount Kenya.
Okay.
So 2022, 2023 was a period of disappointment. But I never left the party. Then I get approached by the deputy president at the time, actually, and the president, and they asked me, we'd like you to come and help with communication. My background is also communication. I do strategic communication from way back, even during Uhuru's first term. And we started working with the deputy president. I'm still in Jubilee, incidentally.
Yes.
And then people tell me maybe I didn't advise him well, but somehow we ended up getting impeached. And then so we get out of office, and he decides he wants to start a party, and I was part of the process of just looking at those options, and I kept telling him, why don't you just go back to Jubilee? In fact, I told him, you played the biggest role in destroying Jubilee in Mount Kenya. So as part of penance, maybe one of the things you need to do is sit down with Uhuru and take over this party, and because you're looking for a party where you went, they've thrown you out, they've kicked you out of government, kicked you out of your party, so why not just come back to Jubilee? He said no, he wants to set up his own party. That's a story now, that's a different story. So within Jubilee, I start watching, and because I still have political ambitions, God willing, I want to run again in 2027. Still in the Jubilee party, that would be my preference. So I started looking at the party and wondering, but are we operating like a party that is preparing to ever field candidates again? Of course, there's a issue. The first fight was a fight where Kina Kanini and Sabina tried to remove Uhuru, which I did not support at that point. And I'm on record saying we need to stop the wrangles and figure out, because there's something they're saying, right? But maybe they're going about it the wrong way. And there's something also, we get kicking Uhuru out is not the way to go about just reviving the party. And I still believe it, even to date. That doesn't work. We go on all the way to an NDC last year. So we had court case for like 3 years. Court case ended last year. We basically got back as one party. And then for me, the biggest problem was when we were going to Mbere, the Mbere by-election.
Yes.
So I felt we should have tested ourselves. You know, I didn't expect we were going to win in Mbere. I mean, we were coming from very far.
Okay.
But at least get out there and talk to the public, so they tell you, reintroduce yourself
to the public, yes.
So that they start telling you, no, this is what we don't like, this is what we don't like about you, this is what we don't like about you. So, and we got a candidate, a gentleman living with disability in Embu, in Mbere, and he got a certificate. And then the certificate was withdrawn. You know, and the decision was made that we are not fielding a candidate as Jubilee. Now, for me, that process was uncomfortable, because when you start making decisions that affect aspirants and there's no clear idea of how you're getting those decisions, you're telling me, even me as an aspirant, I'm not safe. There's no guarantee that when I want to run, I will actually be able to run. And that's when I started agitating. So initially it was just noise, local noises within, didn't go anywhere. Early this year, I started writing letters, and I've written a lot of letters, by the way. A lot of letters. I wrote a letter to the party leader, Uhuru. I told him, look, there's so many things that are going wrong, or that I don't understand. And as a member of the party, I do have the right to know how are decisions been made, who's running this party, who's in charge. When you make a decision as a member, you should be able to follow through and say, this is why we decided we're not running in candidate in Mbere, for example. So the argument in Mbere was, we are part of the united opposition. And we agreed we are not running a candidate. We are all going to support the Democratic Party candidate.
Yes.
So I make fun and say, but then, you know, the Democratic Party wasn't part of the opposition. It was actually part of government. But anyway, somehow we are now all in the opposition, so good enough. But I'm like, so who made the decision? Where was it canvassed? Was it made by the NEC? Was it made by a bunch of individuals? So now those are the questions I never really got answers for. That was March. I continued writing. So after I wrote my first letter to the party leader,
yes,
Kenta.
Did he respond?
No, it's a guy called Kenta, Ole Kenta, who is now the Secretary General, though I'm still disputing that, did a press conference somewhere in Narok and said, no, that guy who's writing letters to the party leader needs to stop and needs to write to me.
Yes.
And in fact, we're not even sure whether he's a member of the party, whether he's a mole, some story.
Yeah.
So I followed up. I redirected my letter very nicely. I took the letter to Uhuru and redirected it back to Kenta. Nobody ever responded. I wrote another one. I think I wrote 3
to Kenta
between
now.
March and March and April
to Kenta. Yes.
When there was no response, I wrote to the ORPP asking them, okay, I'm looking for this information, and since you're the regulatory body for the political parties, could you give it to me? They tell me, no, we can't. So they refer me back to the party. But one of the things they did in the response is that they actually confirmed I'm a member of the party. They wrote my membership number. I say, we confirm you're a member of the Jubilee Party. Please talk to your party.
Okay.
So I wrote to them again. They didn't respond.
This is now the ORPP.
No, after ORPP writes to me and tells me, refers me back to the party, I write to the party again. And I tell them, guys, I am still waiting for this information. They don't respond. The next thing I see is an advert by the Kenya Gazette that the party is intending to make changes. And these changes include making Matiang'i deputy party leader, removing Kioni from the Secretary General, making him a deputy party leader, introducing a few other guys into the leadership. So I get, and then it gave 7 days for objection. So now I get an opportunity to officially object. So I write to RPP and I say, by the way, I have very many things I have been struggling with this party, including how did they make the decision? Because you see, I'm struggling with other decisions made. Nobody is telling me what has happened.
Then
so like this one of changing leadership, how has it been made? I have been asking what is the structure of leadership? What is our neck looking like? Nobody is responding. So I have a problem even with this one. Because it's supposed to be done in a certain way. And since they're not responding to anything, I suspect even this hasn't been done correctly. And ORPP actually listens to my objection, refers it to the party, tells the party, you need to resolve it. You need to resolve this issue with Gonjiri before we proceed to note down the changes. Now that's when the party wakes up. And they called me, and what I found interesting, they called me for a meeting, and in the meeting they had a summary of all my letters.
Yes.
Actually, I had a table format. On this day you wrote, these are the issues you raised. On this day, I'm like, so you guys have been reading my letters.
Yeah. Why didn't you say something?
So why weren't you responding? So we sit, and they tell me, all those things you're asking, we actually have evidence. I'm like, where is it? And one of the things they did that was so interesting, they gave me a file. And in the file, I think they hadn't looked through the documents. There was a letter from ORPP to the party saying, you can't make Kenta the Secretary General of the party because he's not a member of the party yet. So Kenta wasn't a member of the Jubilee Party when he was being made the Secretary General, which is one of the basic things. You can't be made an official of the party that you're not. So RPP had actually written to the party and told them, you guys are proposing for Kenta to be SG. In our records, he's not a member of Jubilee. So you need to regularize that. So I asked them, guys, even just from your own files, we have issues. So to me, no, we need to, but we can sort out all these issues. We can explain to you. So I said, okay, give us. In fact, I'd gone with a couple of lawyers. So we agreed they're going to give me the documentation to prove the process. And we agreed when they're going to give it to me within a week. The next thing I see is a letter from them to ORPP saying we sat with Gonjiri and we resolved our issues.
Allah.
And an issue from ORPP saying, oh, you did? Sawa. Then we now can proceed.
So did you have minutes for that meeting?
We had. You see what I did, and I did it between
you and the party.
I did it very specifically. Immediately after that meeting, that afternoon, I actually wrote to ORPP and told them we have had a meeting. We discussed these things. We did not resolve our issues. These things are pending.
Yeah.
And I copied it to the party. So at what point the party decided, ORPP decided that
you have resolved.
You have resolved. In fact, I was asking, and that's part of my question at the tribunal, if I object to a process and I write to you and I object to the process, before you continue and agree you have resolved it, the first thing you should do is ask me. You're the one who objected. I'm being told by these guys that you guys have resolved the issue. Is that correct? At no point did that happen.
Okay.
So my objection goes, it is forwarded to the party. The party writes back to them and tells them we resolved, and ORPP says sawa. To them, not to me. Okay, if you guys have resolved, then we can proceed. So that's what has taken me to the tribunal. Because I went to the tribunal to raise the issue that the issues have been raising all the way from the beginning haven't been resolved. Going to ORPP did not resolve them. And the key issue I'm raising, I'm not fighting Matiang'i, I'm not fighting Kenta, I'm not fighting anyone. I'm arguing if we need to move away from this feeling that the party Jubilee belongs to an individual. There's a feeling that Jubilee belongs to Uhuru Kenyatta, for example, and that whatever he says
is a Jubilee
position. I think to an extent, a lot of people are misusing that because see, Uhuru never says much. So if you come and tell me Uhuru has said that from now on Wycliffe is a new Secretary General, I'm never going to be able to get to Uhuru to ask him. So I need to be able to see the process within the party that actually reached that decision. Don't just tell me Uhuru has said. Remember, last week we had some news item. Jubilee Party is claiming 16 billion shillings from the Kenya government. It's no longer a private institution. If you are expecting 16 billion shillings from the exchequer, then you are actually a public institution. Right? And if you're a public institution, then there's the Mongoso principles of transparency, of accountability. That is what I'm asking for. If Matiang'i is going to be the deputy party leader, for example, the party has been presenting him as a presidential candidate. You cannot be a presidential candidate of a party unless you have a national delegates convention. You sell yourself to the delegates and they endorse you and you become a presidential candidate. So when a few people sit somewhere and they say this is a presidential candidate, I'm a member of Jubilee, what if I don't like Matiang'i? What if, shouldn't we have sat somewhere and you convince me this is our candidate? Because I'm going to have to go and sell him in Nyeri town as a candidate. I want to hear him. Don't tell me he's the best candidate because he was a minister during Uhuru's government. I mean, he's not been elected to become a minister. He's been elected to become the head of state. So there must be some conversation that we have had. And that is actually the fight I'm having. We are now having a by-election in
All Kalau.
And again, so I asked the party, you guys told us in Mbere, the reason we didn't field is because you are part of the United Opposition, and the Mbere seat belonged to DP. All Kalau belonged to Jubilee.
Yes.
So why are other candidates, why are the parties within the United Opposition fielding candidates against us in All Kalau? You know, again, nobody's giving me answers. And that's when you discover there was actually no agreement of the United Opposition. It was just a conversation, I guess, around coffee. Also, now we are United Opposition. We are not going to be fielding people in each other's places. But then, so I asked the party, are we zoning? Have we as a party sat down somewhere and agreed we have zoned the country? This part belongs to this party, this part belongs to this party, and they tell me no. Actually, I have a letter from the party, not now the one they tried to convince the ORPP that we agreed, that explains some of the issues I've raised, but with no documentary evidence.
Mesh, you obviously you've used the formal channels, the letters, the emails, whatever. Have you tried the informal ones?
Which ones?
Just reaching out to your buddies in the party and ask them, guys, bana niaje.
You see, part of the problem I'm having, I don't even know who my buddies in the party are anymore, because the guys we were with in the 12th parliament all left.
Okay.
And they left because of the disillusionment. A lot of my colleague, former MPs in Jubilee left. The members of parliament, because you see, people don't understand, Jubilee is the third largest parliamentary party.
When you mean left, you mean they left Jubilee party to other parties?
Yes, they left Jubilee party to other parties.
All right.
Now, the ones who are still in Jubilee and are elected in Jubilee, and we have like 28 of them, Jubilee party is the largest political party, parliamentary party, meaning it's got that largest number of
MPs.
Elected MPs and senators.
Okay.
Today, after UDA, number one, and ODM, number two. It actually has more members of parliament elected than Wiper. But again, nobody is utilizing this membership. In fact, when you talk to the current officials of the party, they say those are no longer our members.
Why?
Because they are not
associating with you anymore.
No, they're not associating with certain positions. For example, the Jubilee party has associated itself with the one-term narrative, right?
Right.
But then that one-term narrative is popular in Mount Kenya. Right now, the largest number of members, elected members of parliament from Jubilee are in Northeastern. I think we have 21 elected Jubilee MPs.
In Northeastern?
Yes.
Okay.
They are two-term.
Okay.
So the question we need to have as a party is, are we one-term?
Are we two-term?
Are we two-term? Have we decided? Have we had this conversation? Because you can't have 21 members of your party
who don't share the idea,
who are elected. They're actually representing people as we speak. These are not aspirants. These are elected members of parliament. Sitting members of parliament. Then you have somebody like Irene, the member of parliament for Bahati. She's a member of parliament of Jubilee, but she associates herself with two-term.
Okay.
You have Sabina, nominated by Jubilee, but she associates herself with government. So the question, part of the problem we're having as a party is, where are we actually in this whole political conversation? Again, who makes that decision of where we are? Because ideally, it is the members of the party. That's why, in fact, my fight is being called Heshimu member. That's actually ideally like the Constitution of Kenya, where the preamble says that the sovereign power of the country is in the people. Our party, the sovereign power of our party is actually in the membership. They are the ones who are supposed to decide where we are going. So we have people who seem to be doing their own local politics or negotiating. Sometimes I feel as if people are negotiating either with government or with opposition, or they are scared, or I don't know what's happening. But the decisions they are making don't seem to be grounded on anything. So if we agree, of course, like for example, I come from Mount Kenya, one term is very popular. If I was to run in 2027, I would mostly run on one term. But I'm running as part of a party. If it's going to be coherent, we need to have had a conversation of what is it that we actually stand for as a party. If a lot of our members, because Jubilee is a national party, it's not a regional party. If we have members in Northeastern, we have members at the coast, we have members in Western who are two-term, and then you have members who are one-term in Mount Kenya and in other sections. Shouldn't we first have a conversation internally? Agree for purposes of going into the 2027 election. This is our position.
Again, Mesh, I'll ask, formal channels clearly not working, or at least not as effective. I'm sure you have Kioni's number.
Yes.
You don't chat him?
Oh no, I do, and to a large extent, sometimes I look at Kioni. I'm not sure he's very happy with the party as it is, and this is not him speaking. This is me watching. Remember, Kioni was Secretary General of the party.
Yes, he was.
In reality, the reason Jubilee exists today is because of Kioni. The first 2 years after 2022 election, a lot of us, including myself, took a step back from the party. And I always remember this picture of Kioni standing somewhere at a window holding a stick as people are trying to take over the party.
Right.
Kioni was going all over the place wearing sufurias during that sufuria issue with Akina Raila. Kioni fought for this party with everything he had. The minute the party has settled down, well, the first decision they do is to remove him from the very powerful position of Secretary General and make him one of 4
deputy party leaders.
And I'm looking at them and I'm like, okay, are you guys serious? People say Kioni is abrasive, Kioni is complicated, so a lot of the officials don't seem to like him. But the members actually like Kioni because they see somebody who's been consistent, somebody who's been who stood through this thing. Now, the first decision you make is to remove him from where he can actually be making decisions on behalf of the party.
Where he can be useful to the party. And put him at the periphery of the party. And you're like, now, those are the decisions I'm struggling with.
Yes.
So when I sit with Kioni, he will, of course, not tell me he's unhappy. Because his responsibility, what's called corporate responsibility, he has to look like he's happy. But you can tell. There's nobody who's going to be happy leaving Secretary General position to go and become a deputy party leader. One of 4 deputy party leaders at a party like now. The guy who is in charge of making decisions in the party, in terms of the day-to-day running, is the Secretary General.
Okay.
Now, you remove Kioni and bring Kenta. In 2022, Kenta ran for Governor Narok on ODM. So you removed a guy who used to be in ODM and brought him to be the Secretary General of Jubilee. Then you've gone and gotten Kemose, who ran for Member of Parliament on UDA in 2022 and brought him and made him chairman of the party. Then you get a guy called Zach who ran on PNU for Member of Parliament Kiwumo and make him Deputy Secretary General. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, there is something going wrong.
Okay.
Because first, remember the party, what Jubilee is today, is built on its performance in 2022. Every party for 5 years operates on the performance of the last election. So whatever money it's getting, whatever resources it has, whatever clout it has is because of the performance
of the last election.
So primarily we are living on the benefits of Gunjiri's activities in Nyeri in 2022, whether he won or not, Kioni's, even the people who've left, Kinamwadi and the rest. The work and the campaign they did and the membership they brought is what has made us Jubilee, and it's what's going to sustain us until 2027.
Okay.
But then you're bringing people who didn't run on the party in 2020, who did not believe in the party. They didn't believe in the party at that time. And they're now the ones who are coming to make decisions using the resources that were built by other people in 2022.
How do you understand that logic?
I don't understand it at all.
That's why he's doing
In fact, that's what, because you see, I don't have to be an official of the party. In fact, I don't want to be an official of the party. Being an official of the party means I can't speak like this. See? Being a member of the party means I can just be a rabble rouser and just rabble rouse.
Yeah.
But we have on paper 7 million members. On paper.
Those are many people.
That is very many people. You cannot tell me we could not find somebody out of the 7 million members to come and become a member, to come and become chairman, to come and become Secretary General. And then also, what message are you sending to those people who've been loyal to the party from when it was founded? That you're bringing people from other parties to come and run the party now.
So they also feel disenfranchised.
So that disenfranchisement goes all the way to these guys who've come don't understand the ideology where we come from, don't understand the history, don't understand that there are people who lost their seats because they stood with the party. So when I sit with Kemose, who was in your DA, how am I going to have a conversation about 2022 and 2020, the lessons that we learned? Because you see, we should be discussing the lessons we learned in 2022. To prepare ourselves for 2027. I can't discuss it with somebody who wasn't even there in 2022.
He wasn't in that class.
And we are now, and you see, I have no problem with new members coming from other parties to come and become members of our party. But don't come and take a critical position like Secretary General or Chairman. I would have to be sat down by someone and convinced that this was the right decision.
You said that you wrote letters to former President Uhuru. He didn't respond. Did you, again, try informal channels? Have you met him at a function and asked him, hey, Mhesh, did you see that?
Let me tell you the problem about that.
Yeah.
The issues I'm raising, I am part of a group of aspirants.
Yes.
Like we're 200 or so. People who are running for MCA, who are running for Member of Parliament, who plan to run in 2027. Including some friends I have who wanted to run in Olkalau. And they feel very disappointed. And I think we're going to do very badly in Olkalau, just to be on record. I think
Why?
we're going to do very badly. Because you can tell that the party is not in Olkalau. They're just ticking boxes. They're just going through the motions. And I think a lot of it is because we made so much noise. Otherwise, we're not even affiliated a candidate there. Which is really sad because we have the capacity to field very strongly anywhere in this country as a party. We have the resources. I mean, I was making fun. Last week, Kiambu, there was a meeting where Uhuru went. And it had like 2,000-3,000 people. They were all branded. They had capes, they had scarves, they had T-shirts. And then we have a candidate presenting his papers in Olkalau the next day. He has no branding.
Oh dear.
He has no mobilization.
You see, nothing.
No, he showed up. I think there were 5 or 10 or 15 people. He's competing against UDA, which showed up with like 5 or 3,000 people, and DCP that showed up with the same number of people. He's competing for a position that belonged to us as a Jubilee party, right? So you see that disconnect. And I asked someone yesterday, Monday, we had 3,000 people with T-shirts and capes and scarves. In Kiambu, we have absolutely no political activity going on in Kiambu at this moment. There's nothing we're competing for in Kiambu. But in Nyandarua, in Olkalau, where we actually are in a by-election, we could not find material to give our candidate
and supporters,
to give his supporters, to accompany him to handing his papers at IBC. Do you get what I'm saying?
I get you.
Somebody will tell me, but you know, the people who went to Kiambu did not go there for free. Those 3,000 people, those facilitation. Why couldn't we facilitate supporters of Kigwa to accompany him to the IBC to present his papers? Politics is about perception. So people in Olkalau, as far as they're concerned, Kigwa showed up and went and took coffee in a restaurant with 15 people. DCP showed up with 2,000-3,000 people. UDA showed up with 2,000-3,000 people. So as far as they're concerned, who are the serious candidates?
DCP
and UDA. Jubilee, which had the position, has actually locked itself out of proper competition in Olkalau.
And that is a failure on who exactly?
That's a failure on our leadership at the party level, which is what now I am challenging. So why I'm not going to talk to Uhuru individually or from a personal perspective is because of that. Because I don't want to have a personal conversation, because I suspect that the reason we are where we are is because of personal conversations. People around the president going and telling him, "Ama tufanye hivi." Now Uhuru is a retired president.
Yes,
he is involved in peace issues. I saw him, I think, the day before yesterday in Ethiopia, or where there's a by-election, where he's an observer. So how much time do you think he has to take to spend thinking about Jubilee?
Okay.
So we've got people who are taking advantage of that. One of our officials, a lady, she's actually an official of the party. It's a very prominent position.
Right.
Is all over the place with Linda Mwananchi. You know?
He's laughing because he knows the lady.
You know, and she's an official of our party, right?
Yes.
She's a deputy organizing secretary or something. And in the most recent Linda Mwananchi function, she was telling Sifuna to look for Kalonzo. They figured out how to form government. Neither Sifuna or Kalonzo are in Jubilee. She should be saying, look for Matiangi. Look for Matiangi. Yeah. Everywhere she should be going, she should be representing Jubilee. Matiangi or Jubilee. She's still an official of the party, right? I went after Kioni and Matiangi. So we were opening an office in Nyeri. And I mobilized. That me, I used my own resources and I mobilized. I looked for material. By the way, I was not given any branding. I looked for it myself. I wasn't given any resources to mobilize. and that I can say on air. If anybody gave me, they can come and say that they did. I mobilized 2,000 to 3,000. I think there were like 2,200 people. We had a powerful meeting. One of the best political events that Jubilee has had.
Right.
Middle of town, we are talking to people, telling them about Jubilee. Then Matiang'i starts talking about Gachagua. And I asked him, boss,
Rada,
what's going on? And I actually asked both of them. Him and Kionin, and what they were telling the membership that was there is how close they are with Gachagua. So I asked them later, Gachagua belongs to the DCP. He's your competitor for presidential candidate. I mobilize for you members of Jubilee in Nyeri town. And then you start telling them about Gachagua. What's wrong with us? Have you ever had Gachagua talking about Matiang'i in a DCP meeting? Or it's never happened. So there is a problem. And that is actually what I'm dealing with right now. I'm like, guys, either tukubali to make achana na hii kazi.
Yes.
So a lot of people tell me, see, then you leave. That's always the easiest thing.
Yeah, it's a very
always the
question.
easiest thing. Gujiri, if this party is not working for you, so you leave. I'm like, why would I leave? Why should I leave? Just because I can't. It can't be that in a political process. Assume in the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, and we keep saying we want to build parties. If you're going to build a party, you have to be ready for dissidents.
Yeah.
I mean, even Sifuna hasn't left ODM.
But you can stand your own Linda Mkenya.
Yeah, I can leave my own Linda Chama in Jubilee
Linda
and force a conversation.
Yeah.
Because, for example, when you look at Sifuna has forced a conversation in ODM.
Yes, he has.
First, they did not take him seriously. Then, after a while, now they started with Linda Mwananchi. Then Linda. What do I call it?
Mwananchi.
Linda Mwananchi is Sifuna's.
Yes.
The other one was in the ground. They gave up. I read over the weekend that they've given up.
Yes, they have.
They scrapped that. Why? Because they realized Sifuna is not stopping. Now everybody's in ODM is telling Sifuna, come back. Let's talk. Right? I like the fact that Sifuna has not left his party and he keeps insisting he's still in ODM. There was a point at which I think he got carried away and he was saying anaweza kuwa chama. Then I think he realized that's not how it works. And that is it. Even for us in Jubilee, and whether you're in UDA or any other party, I think if you find challenges in your party, fix them. Don't leave, because once you leave, you then you confirm the feeling that parties belong to individuals.
Yeah.
Parties are political vehicles. If I was going to leave Jubilee, I should have left in 2022. Early 2022, gone to UDA and most probably be a member of parliament now, and people would be shouting one time at me whenever I travel around. But I didn't leave.
All right. So last question.
Yes.
Nesh, what happens if things don't change the way you expect them to change? Will you still vie on a Jubilee ticket? Is it even assured that you will get that ticket? What happens?
I think first we have 14 months to the next election. We have 9 months to the point at which I need to make a decision on what party I'm going to run in, because nominations are somewhere in February, March next year, God willing. So we actually have 9 months to seriously agitate. And it's also an important process I'm going through, because what we are doing is actually testing our party laws. We have them on paper. I don't think they've ever been tested. You see, we have a political parties tribunal. When I went to it, people said, umepeleka chama kwa kotini. I'm like, hapana, nimeenda kotini ili kotini nisaidie kutengeneza chama. Because you see, we need to stop looking at this as a fight, and I'm trying to insist, this is not a fight against the Jubilee Party. I am a member of the Jubilee Party and I am not leaving. I want us to create a system within the Jubilee Party that has predictability. So what you just asked me.
Yes.
Gunjiri, and that's what everybody's telling me, vile kunaenda hata nomination certificate huwezi patiwa. Why should anybody have the right to decide whether they can give me a nomination certificate or not? Because there's a process of how you get a nomination certificate. You first must be a member, then you register as an aspirant, which I have registered. I even have a text confirmation from the Jubilee Party confirming I'm an aspirant. Then at the time when you're supposed to hand in your nomination documents, you hand them in, they vet them. If you qualify, you go for nominations. It means you and whoever else wants to run on Jubilee in your constituency or in your ward or in your county, compete. Whoever convinces enough members or the people to nominate them gets a certificate. There should be no question that it is possible for a decision to be made that I will not be given a certificate because I'm agitating in the party.
Good.
And there's nothing that stops anybody from criticizing. By the way, even if I'm wrong, and I could be very wrong, but you can't tell me I can't be wrong.
All right.
Because I'm a member of a party.
Man. I mean, I thought I knew everything there is to know about the dramas within this party, but clearly I am yet to know much more. But thank you so much for making time. And we wish you all the best.
I'll keep you guys posted.
Yes.
I'll keep you posted.
And we shall invite you again.
Yes, after we've gone a couple of, because now the tribunal, the cases are live, so we're waiting for them to respond. They've put up a lawyer.
Yeah.
We will prosecute this case. And it's not about winning. Someone said, do you want to be the party? I said, no. If we can get to the point where this party sits and says, okay, we've streamlined this, we've sorted this, we've sorted this, we've sorted this. For me, I want what is in the benefit of the party. If we can get that, if we got that, we wouldn't even be here. Had we sorted out those issues, we would not have gone to ORPP. Had we sorted those issues at ORPP, we would not be here at tribunal. And I'm sure if we don't sort them at tribunal, we'll keep agitating until they get sorted.
Okay.
I'm a bit resilient like that.
Yeah. I had about 17 questions and I think we've only tackled 4. So we invite you, come, let's talk about the other 13.
Yes.
All right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting Professor Murej Makucheng. He's an associate professor of media and communication at the Multimedia University of Kenya. The topic is ODM post Raila Odinga and basically which way forward. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. PLP youth leader member Diana Ngao says the rising cases of femicide in the country are alarming and unacceptable. She notes that many women are being killed, often by intimate partners, adding that others are also attacked while going about their daily lives. Speaking to Radio Generation today, Ngao says the situation has forced activists to take to the streets calling for femicide to be declared a national crisis.
It's such a heavy thing to think about, that many women don't feel safe in their own country. Yeah, like even walking, even in daylight now, you're always looking at the back, like who's walking behind me? Because there's just so many incidents of women being killed. Most of them, unfortunately, have been by their intimate partners. Some of them, it could be just they're enjoying their walk home and their 2 men decide, no, this is going to be someone that I want to abuse. So it's just so unfortunate that we have to get here, that we have to go out to the street to actually demand for this to be called a national crisis. Just last year, we lost 220 women to femicide cases, and those are just the documented ones. There are so many that go undocumented. So, I mean, it's a somber moment just to think that women and children are not safe in this country.
Meanwhile, Marco Uko from the National Students' Council, weighing in on the matter, says nothing justifies the killing of another human being for whatever reason.
What a 20-year-old, say, girl will find attractive or is looking for, say, from a man, or what is their most immediate need? Say, for example, if somebody feels like I'm in 20 years and right now I just need somebody who can help me to finish this school cycle. When they get to 25, they have something different. I think that would also be the same mess that perhaps your uncle was caught up. The girl is done with school and now he's thinking about something different. Perhaps the maturity levels is... and is all that. But the bottom line, I think, as we cycle onto, relationship dynamics and all that, I think there is nothing that justifies killing any person.
Kilifi County Governor Gideon Mung'aro has put gangs in the county on notice following cases of criminal acts reported in the area. Speaking during Madaraka Day celebrations in the county chief called on parents not to shield children suspected of participating in gang-related activities. He lamented that many lives have been lost due to crimes perpetrated by gangs in the regions.
Ninataka kuuliza wazazi, kama mnaficha vijana maosa, muachilie washikwe watiwe adabu. Tumepoteza vijana wengi, watu wamepoteza mikono, watu wamekatwa vichwa, wamebadilika sura kwa sababu ya maosa. Kwa hivyo usaidiane wazazi.
Ile yote tunaona wananchi ama vijana wanaanza kuvunja sheria, tutawashughulikia ipasavyo bila kurudi nyuma. Lakini ile kitu ninaomba ni kwamba sisi wote kama viongozi tushirikiane, hiyo ndio tunataka.
Yani direct ya watoto wa shule ambao wanaketi mabwenini wanachoma shule.
A family in Kapsaret, Uasin Gishu County is mourning the loss of their daughter, Benina Jepkoech, who died in a road accident in British Columbia, Canada. The 24-year-old hospitality student was among occupants of a vehicle that plunged into a river in Kamloops about 3 weeks ago. Her body has not yet been recovered despite ongoing search efforts. The family is now appealing to the Kenyan government to work with Canadian authorities to help recover Benina's body and bring her back home for burial.
Fika mwisho kwa sababu tumengoja mtoto wetu apatikane, ndani hajapatikana. Mungu tu asimame nasi ili tupate mtoto, ili tushike tu kama watu wengine wanashika watu wao. Imefika mwisho jamini, suti utusaidie kweli, na hatuna chochote, ni Mungu tu.
Alipata accident kule Canada. Mpaka saa hii hatujapata ripoti yote.
Voting took place in Ethiopia on Monday in parliamentary and regional elections, widely expected to deliver an easy win for Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's ruling Prosperity Party. More than 50 million people were registered to participate in the polls. However, no voting was held in the northern Tigray region, where election organizers cited unfavorable conditions following a 2-year war and continued political instability. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Manchester City midfielder Rodri says he'll wait until after the World Cup to sort out his future at the club amid links to Real Madrid. The Spain international has a year left on his contract at City and has previously indicated he would like to return to play in his homeland at some stage. Rodri has emerged as a potential transfer target should Real Madrid presidential candidate Enrique Riquelme get elected. Harambee Stars coach Benny McCarthy has made changes to his squad for the June FIFA international matches following adjustments to the team's fixtures. Dropped from the squad are goalkeeper Brian Omondi, forward Job Ochieng and striker Ryan Ogam. The trio has been replaced by Amos Nondi, Kelly Madada and Brian Bwire. The changes were announced by coach McCarthy ahead of Kenya's upcoming international assignments during the FIFA window. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 13 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? This is the People's Breakfast and I'm with Siti Muge in the studio. We are also joined by the professor who was here last time, Professor Murej Makucheng, Associate Professor of Media and Communication, Multimedia University of Kenya. And today we want to talk about ODM post Raila Odinga. Yeah, post Raila Odinga. Okay. Yeah, and the question basically is which way forward for that particular party. Professor, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. Nice to see you again.
Asante.
Yeah?
Good to be here.
The audience loved you last time. Really? Yes, they did. We got a lot of good reviews, good responses as far as the conversation we had with you. And I think that means something important or something special, that indeed we were able to communicate on that issue of communication.
Thank you. We appreciate communication is everything.
Yes, indeed. But today we want to talk about the Orange Democratic Movement.
The big party.
Yes, indeed. 20 years old. I think it's the oldest party now after KANU. Yes, it is. It is the oldest party after KANU. ODM has been facing a lot of problems. And actually, our previous guest who was here just before you did point out to a few things about ODM that we think are perhaps part of what we will discuss today. And that is this whole Linda Mwananchi, Linda Ground factions. What are your thoughts on them?
Before I give my thoughts on them, you know, by the way, there are people who are talking about other Linda things, you know, that probably will come up. There are concepts such as, Linda Tumbo, and you can go on and on.
Yes.
I think even your previous speaker did allude to the fact that ODM has dropped the Linda ground.
Yes.
You know, that I don't think is actually gonna work, and therefore they are back to they are the ODM. You know, so
yes.
I think we better just now talk about Linda ground as actually being synonymous with the, in quotes, authentic, legal, ODM. And then Linda Mwananchi would be like a faction still holding on to ODM.
Yes.
But some people arguing that probably they are thinking of the next steps outside of ODM.
Oh, sure.
But I think for the current situation, we better just regard them as, two factions of the same thing, because I think you remember there was an article, the Weekly Review article, this Sunday, which spoke about mending ODM, and in fact the orange was like Ruth Odinga trying to stitch it, you know, because already it was regarded as having been, sort of fractured.
Right.
And we can't run away from that reality, because in the public discourse, that is what people are talking about. True. It is ODM, yes, but there is Linda ground, right now it is probably ODM A.
Yes.
And then there is Linda Mwananchi.
Yes.
And that is going to be the discourse for a long time.
Right.
Yes.
Initially there was a lot of questions around ODM leadership, the legitimacy of Dr. Oburu, and perhaps the reasons as to how ODM was able to donate, what are they called? Donate experts to the government. But this also happened before the death of Raila Odinga. So let me go to before Raila Odinga.
Yes.
There's a lot of talk around how these particular experts got to government. I don't know if you've heard that perhaps they took themselves there and they forced Raila now to just accept their presence there, because he had other issues to deal with. One of the biggest things that he had to deal with was with his health.
Yes.
I don't know what you think about that narrative, because no one has come out to either disapprove it or approve it, for that matter.
There are so many things that the public is talking about, and in fact even insiders in ODM are talking about, that because we are not privy to most of what we can do is really speculate.
Yes.
But those speculations are based on people within ODM saying this or saying that.
So
whether or not it is true, we don't know. I will give you an example.
Yes.
Yesterday, when the Gor Mahia trophy was taken to Bondo, the ODM leaders, security guy Ogeta, came out and said, what, this is how Baba died. But we know in the public discourse, people have been talking about various things. For instance, Orengo saying that, it doesn't look like what we're being told is what happened.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
And that then gets a life of his own, but we don't know. Ogera coming out and saying what he said, probably we are much more inclined to believe him, unless there is a cover-up, than believe Orengo. So a lot of the things that are being said with a particular purpose, to move a particular narrative. Unfortunately, when we, the listeners, the ordinary people, hear some of these things and we have got no way of establishing what the truth is, it is he said, she said, and you know, one speculation against another speculation.
Yes.
So what I would say myself is that if you remember, people who are close to Raila coming out and said about Linda Mwananchi, Linda Ground, and they were trying to make us believe that those actually belong to Raila.
Yes.
And that is the kind of guy that he wouldn't really fathom the enigma, what his next move was.
Yes.
And he will never move without having option A and option B. You know, so essentially what they were saying, and we've got every reason to believe them, was that yes, his preferred was the Linda Ground kind of conversation.
Yes.
Let us get into collaboration with the current government, secure certain things, and then move there.
Okay.
But we can't solidify that until we are close to 2027, and we are sure that things will work,
yes,
you know, in such a way that it protects our interest. And if they don't work, then you've got this option B,
yes,
which is what really the Linda Mwananchi is trying to vocalize. You know, so it becomes extremely interesting, because now institutionally, after Rao left us,
yes,
one has got to forge a way forward.
True.
And if he left people in this camp where they're trying to have a conversation with the current government, then probably that will be the right thing to do. But because he also envisioned,
yes,
a possibility that is now being vocalized by Linda Mwananchi, we can't really say that they're not vocalizing Raila's, you know, wishes and intents. The issue here right now is which way. You know, is it possible that ODM can go both ways? No, it cannot.
Yeah.
Where are the key ordinary people? I mean, key leaders that Raila left, behind. Most of them institutionally, and if you're talking about MPs, you're talking about governors, you're talking about, name it.
Yes.
They're actually with the Linda Ground.
Okay.
So officially, unless the Linda Mwananchi luminaries have got some kind of certificate they're holding somewhere, they're saying we're waiting for the right time for us to do this. It looks like institutionally the ODM is with the Linda Ground faction. The issue is Raila was, as they say, an enigma. Is it possible that the Linda Mwananchi actually are vocalizing something extremely important,
yes,
for this moment for people to listen to? And that is the big question. So these contradictions are almost like part and parcel of what the legacy of Raila was.
Could it be that this, now that you're saying this, I'm thinking, could this be a very big plan by the ODM party? At one point they sat down after the death of Raila and said that we are going to do this, look like we are divided, but essentially we are not divided, to achieve certain goals. Number one, using the Linda Mwananchi faction, for example, endear themselves to the public and still maintain the love of the public and the kind of love that the public had for Raila. And then have this Linda Ground faction that is going to be with government, do things with government, and still reap from that from that basket that is the government, that collaboration with government. And then towards the end of it all, still come together and forge their own way forward. That is not necessarily what we are thinking is the broad-based government.
In terms of could it be possibilities, we can speculate, and I'll find that extremely strange. I see, I've had that narrative being pushed by certain people.
Yes.
But based on what I'm observing, what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing, I don't think that is yeah. Okay. I think it would be really some kind of good acting and drama for them to actually hold that kind of approach, because the kind of words being exchanged, the kind of almost hostility we are experiencing, the nature of even desperation, it even looks like as if it is desperate for people to really fight for the faction that they believe in is such that I don't think it is something that is managed. If it is managed, then I think it is really spectacular.
Consider that we're talking about politicians.
Yes.
And consider that Raila's death created a vacuum.
Yes.
And among politicians, there's a vacuum. There is always a struggle
Yes.
for that vacuum to be filled.
Yes.
And there'll be groupings. And the groupings didn't start because Raila passed away. The groupings existed.
Yeah, they did.
Because with politicians, even in a political party, there'll be people pulling from all sides.
Yeah.
The glue that held the party, as we saw, it was Raila. And he had a way of accommodating this diversity of views within the party. But in his absence now, it's like an opportunity presented itself. And what we saw as the struggle was the opportunity that people saw and the positioning that was now taking place, because they felt this is an opportunity for us to perhaps achieve certain things. But the catalyst was the association that existed with the government that Raila had created. And you can actually see how the opportunity then presented itself.
Yes.
There are those who preferred to stay with the government association. There are those who actually realized that there's something else happening in the country and it doesn't seem to favor this particular government. So why don't we take the view that we are going to be on this other side? But what probably brought it to the fore was the wrangling that was already within the party.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that wrangling, some people thought it was in the interest to push certain people out.
Yes. Yes.
Now that now is what brought the clear division ground wananchi. That's what brought it about, because clearly in every political party there are hawks. There are people who always want to take a position that they feel would be beneficial to them. Unfortunately for hawks, the visions are usually short-sighted. They are looking at the immediacy of what it is they want to do. Yes, it is short. It tends to be short-sighted. So they take that position without understanding that in taking that position, they are going to set in motion certain things that may not even favor them, and things which certainly they will not be able to control. Like, how do you control what the wananchi decide to support? How do you control it? If anything, you may end up being more exposed than you may have bargained for. And exposed in the worst way possible, where it appears that you aren't actually strong and yet you're claiming to be ODM. And it's your actions that have set these things in motion. So
I like that. Let us put it this way.
Yes.
ODM finds itself in an extremely trying moment.
Okay.
And how it manages this moment is going to be extremely important. Raila was a colossus. And as City has said, he held the party together. And he knew how to play these games. And I think the question that is extremely important for ADM going forward, can they get somebody close to Raila?
No.
In terms of ability, in terms of the connection and so on and so forth, can they? And if they can't, what is the second best option, for them? I'll give you an illustration.
All right.
And I'll do this mainly from a political communication perspective, I think, which is really my forte. People generally make decisions based on so many factors. In communication, for instance, the content of your communication is extremely important. But you as an individual is extremely important because you do communicate something. And when people see you, the level of identification very much depends on the kind of possibilities they see that you can bring about. So if Raila stood and Raila spoke and people looked at him, they saw Raila. And of course Raila was the head of ODM. And to a greater extent, there are so many people that actually were endeared to ODM because of Raila. As an individual, what he actually, represented, his struggles, you see, his connections with the people. Then you ask yourself, currently, do we have that kind of individual? And going forward, what do we need? In fact, it was very interesting yesterday. I think yesterday was Monday. No, it was on Sunday.
Yes.
When there was this huge, ODM rally in Kisumu, and massive, a response to the Linda Mwananchi that happened, before. We can actually analyze the parallels, the differences, and the strengths and the weaknesses. But one thing that a lot of people now in social media are commenting on is during his speech, Oburu said, if people think that having me at the helm will not work for ODM, I'm ready to
step down.
And for a lot of people, though I don't think that I'm not so sure that he was very serious in putting that across. But a lot of people say that, hey, look here, it looks like the pressure cooker has become so high that possibility is being considered. Because I like the way he communicates and the fact that he's some kind of father figure that makes people feel like at least we are not in a position where we have so many elephants fighting and whatever. He can calm, and his approach is quite is quite good and warm. But the question is, politically,
yes,
does he portray, does he attract, does he motivate? Because that kind of motivation comes not just by what you say, but by how you move.
Okay.
How you reach out to other people. And I wouldn't be surprised if some people are already feeling like, at least this guy is saying he can actually step out from that position. And that is something about Raila that we should not forget. My recommendation would be, for the ODM party, the biggest party in Kenya right now, is that even if it is difficult to get somebody who can actually be close to what Raila was, it is possible that as a collective, at the leadership level, they can act, speak, and move in such a way that seen together, then they carry that charisma, that inspiration, that hope that comes with Raila. Because they have to balance, and this is my argument, they have to balance. Yes, it is tunataka power. Who doesn't want power? You see, we've been in the opposition for too long. Let others actually do what we used to do. And we need this in order for us to bring development to the people. An argument that I personally has got serious problems with, because constitutionally, it makes Raila's legacy become a conflict that is very difficult to resolve. If ODM was created to lift people up, to address the kind of challenges that people historically have not been able to resolve because of governments that don't really speak directly to the interests of the people. You lose that, and then Raila's legacy collapses.
Prof, should the good doctor step down from his position as party leader?
I don't know. The other people will have to decide that. But from a political communication perspective, because this is also important, by the way, we're talking about different sectors, we're talking about different generations, and so on and so forth. ODM needs somebody who, when they speak and move, move people with them.
Okay.
There is no shortcut to that. How they find that person, I don't know. And I can see already, if you look, for instance, at the speeches by somebody like John Mbadi.
Yes.
It's almost like, what? I'm that guy.
Yes.
I think you listened to, recently in that rally. He even said, I'm ready.
Yes.
For 2032. In fact, what we are doing right now is beating this path. If we can lock it with President Ruto, deliver 2027, I'm telling you, we are the people, and I am that person. We are the party, I am that person for 2032. So they need to manage that. That conversation, we've had it from the coastal people. And I think you remember, there was something at the coast, and you had what the coastal leaders in ODM were saying.
Yes.
We want the vice president's position This time is going to be us.
But Prof, again, there's the issue of other partners that are within this arrangement.
Yes.
So, and unfortunately, again, they all boil down to the tribes, because now we have Professor Kindiki, who also is saying that, look, guys, I am here. Don't ignore me. Then you've rightly said we have the coastal community through their various leaders also saying that we are here.
Yes.
The other day, I think it was actually on Sunday, Farouk Kibet was with Wetangula somewhere, speaker, and he said,
I remember.
Yeah, and he said, support us, 2032, hii kitu ni ya Waluya.
And for him, Waluya would then be Wetangula. But for some people, Waluya means Sifuna, and it goes on and on.
Exactly.
Yes.
So where does that leave ODM in this entire conversation as far as 2032 is concerned?
In a tricky position. I think what ODM needs to do right now is really to consolidate. And that's why I was referring to this ability of Raila Amolo Odinga to bring people together. That's why I was referring to this article in the Weekly Review that mainly focused on Ruth Odinga. And what she was saying and pleading for is that we consolidate.
Yes.
Let us not allow the factions. Let us not, push away, different sectors within ODM, the youth, women, and so on and so forth. Let us look at the geographical spread. Raila had this ability to speak to people, to their needs at the local level, at the national level. Let us go that way. That's the kind of talk that you've had, and some people sometimes heckle them and so on and so forth. Like me, I was talking about the same thing.
Yes.
So what I say is that ODM need to sort of come together. However difficult some of the positions among people who say they are Linda Mwananchi, and I will agree with Mbadi that from their body language and what they say, one cannot see them coming back to ODM. I think they've moved too far. But as CT said, in politics you just never know.
True.
Because you've seen the kind of settlements and coalitions that sometimes beggars, the mind. So if they can do that, it is important also that they tone down some of the speeches, to the extent that when, for instance, you have ODM operating in the so-called Luo Nyanza, a very controversial concept, but let me just use it for now. Let it not appear that this is a Luo party, and I think that what you are alluding to, that all of a sudden the arguments that are given by leaders for convincing their constituents is couched in a language that speaks to ethnic groups.
Right.
And what you asked is really such a big problem in this country. We are retrogressing. I'll give you some of the examples to why we are retrogressing, and these examples really will speak to what we are discussing now, ODM post Raila.
Right.
And I think we'll have to also agree that those who critically look at Raila see so many faces of Raila.
Yes.
When I was considering coming here, I was feeling like, could it have been that Raila had moved in such a way that he had so many faces, 3 or 4?
Yes.
And sometimes this face acts in a way that contradicts that face.
Maybe.
No, perhaps.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that ODM needs to be very clear that Raila fought for the Constitution. The Constitution talks about this country as one. We have had very problematic and unfortunate histories in this country during elections, brought about by the fact that people push their interests as a group, ethnically, and that we are seeing even now. Not about just ODM, the Luya people talk as Luya people, and so on and so forth. And there is this problematic argument that for you to be accepted nationally, you must first of all begin with your stronghold. And what do? Some of the things you do are very much contrary, antithetical to the whole project of bringing Kenyans together. Number two, about the constitution.
Right.
ODM actually stood for the fact that you need to bring down this big man syndrome, where the person who is the head of state all of a sudden acts as a king. And if you don't bow down to that power, then you are lost. And therefore even development doesn't come to you. And I thank Raila Amolo Odinga for actually agitating until he done. And I'm not hearing that, even from the ODM people themselves, that we need to increase the percentage of revenue that goes to devolution.
Yes.
Why? Because that was one act that brought down this big man kind of syndrome. We've got to accept the fact that some of the arguments for ODM to partner with the current government is informed by the fact that they believe that is probably the sure way for them to get development. It goes against the constitution. It goes against what ODM actually stood for. Is it possible that we can have a situation that regardless of who is the head of state, regardless of who, marshals buses to go to State House, they will get what is their due in terms of development? Isn't that the work of parliament? Yes, the president leads the party, which has got an agenda, and that agenda, we know about it. But in the implementation, must City go to State House?
No.
For him to be able to get a road, to get a clinic, to get whatever it is?
No, your county government should be doing all these things.
Yes.
But Prof, there's something you have said, and we've had that conversation here many times with City,
yes,
on the issue of you having to get to the place of like Raila Odinga,
yes,
or Kalonzo Musyoka,
yes,
and Fred Matiang'i and so on and so forth. By the time you're getting to that particular position, you have got to come with some kind of support base.
Yeah.
And we've had guests here who say someone like Edwin Sifuna, by the time they were starting their Linda Mwananchi, factions, especially when they were going to places like Kitengela, he had not really come with a base that he can say, with a support base that he can say, this is my support base. The same way Kalonzo would say, I come with the Kamba community and therefore give me the mandate of the entire country because I have shown you what I can do, perhaps, or I have shown you the kind of support I have back home. Someone like Raila would say, give me this mandate because, as you can see, the Luo community is behind me. So charity begins at home. Therefore, give me this opportunity to do this. And we can go on and on. We talk about President Tuto, him coming with the Kalenjin community and the others. But you seem to disagree with that particular notion.
That notion is extremely problematic. It is working, and I don't know how we can really address it, but let me just emphasize it is antithetical to the kind of Kenya that we want to create.
Yes.
It is antithetical to what the Constitution envisions for us. It is almost like we know where we should be, but because of personal and sectarian interest, we're going to be working against what is best for us.
But
that is the disappointment.
But in reality, Prof, if you look at it,
yes,
it is more symptomatic. It is more of a symptom than a problem. This is my view. Seasoned politicians, wannabe politicians in this country seem to understand that whatever you say, it must be on behalf of the people. When we full well know it's on your own behalf. When people talk about development coming to a certain part of the country, since independence, that part of the country that ODM is supposed to have nestled its key supporters, which is actually not entirely true. Because if you look at the ODM party and the support it has in Western Kenya, you could argue that that support is even greater than what exists in what you call Luo Nyanza. If you're talking about fanatism, you could actually argue that a part of Nyanza which is not Luo had more fanatic supporters of ODM than those who are actually in what you call Luo Nyanza. But the conversation about development and the conversation about development for the people, it is a narrative that politicians have curated over time in this country to couch and to hide behind, when it is in reality what they're pursuing is their own interest. Now, we haven't, since independence, there is no time when that region has not had ministers in any government. There is no time. So if indeed it was assumed that ministers were the people who could bring development, why did those ones bring development? And they were in positions to do so. Because other people who also had ministers and came from other regions, it is said took development. So the issue here is the discussion around what it is that the people who aspire to be politicians believe should be the focus of their minds. Because it is deception, really. If in the name of the people you say that these are things you want to do, and there's very little evidence to show, to prove that that is true. In fact, devolution has brought this to the fore. Because you have people who actually have resources where previously ministers did not have. And what do you see in the time when we've had devolution? What do you see that you can point to and say that, you know, these fellows who've been in these positions have done A, B, C, D. No more central government, no more national government to complain to. You have resources locally. What have they done? So my finger goes back to pointing to the politician and their thinking and the culture that has evolved over time, where any wannabe politician knows what to say. But in reality, the people are the least consideration, or they do not rank among any top consideration that they have when it comes to meeting their needs.
By the way, I will agree with you, and just underpin that by the fact that whichever way we look at them and whatever views are about them, the Gen Z seems to be speaking about that. And there is to say, hey, look here, we've listened so much to these promises, we have weighed the evidence against those promises, and you people must just be crazy. We even doubt whether you are normal human beings, because the very basic things that you should be delivering, the very basic question that you should be asking, you're not even asking. You know, the Gen Zs were telling us that just look at the Constitution. Just look at the expectations we have of you based on your promises. And then here we are, and tell us what went wrong. It's as simple as that. Even before you go to those parties and stuff like that, just in terms of performance and delivery, where are we? And let me respond to it and say, I argue that politicians will actually be able to deliver when most of their personal interests are coterminous with the interests of the country. It is possible to have politicians who are moved very deeply, and they actually internalize the interests and the expectations of the people, and they make them their own. Until we have that kind of leadership, it will be very difficult. Yes, politicians have got personal interest in terms of what they want to realize as politicians, and now that we're talking about ODM, of course it is critical for us to appreciate the fact that a lot of the individual politicians who are speaking so animatedly for ODM and its involvement in the current government are politicians who have got personal ambitions in terms of where they want to see themselves in 2027 and 2032, and rightly so, even if doing that is against what our constitution says, that if you are a cabinet person, you don't involve yourself in politics. But it's having everywhere, not just with the ODM it is very difficult to call them ODM CASs and call them ODM politicians. It is confusing,
right.
And that happens also in other political parties, that people who are in government find themselves doing a lot of politics. Why? Because they realize that government is a vehicle. It gives you a vantage point for you to scale, the heights, politically. And that is why when you are giving the example of, for instance, the issue of Kindiki,
yes,
and people from Mount Kenya, especially from the other side, saying that this one don't touch, and you go to cost and you realize they're saying, we are in ODM, but our requirement is that we will hold that VP position. It goes on and it goes on and it goes on.
Yes.
I wish somebody comes up through the ranks in ODM, even from the current leadership,
yes,
and speaks about even their personal ambitions, but from the point of view of articulating and connecting with the people and what we aspire as a nation. Because some of the talk within ODM right now is that so many people find it very difficult that they can envision a situation whereby they find themselves in a grouping that involves, Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes.
And they say very strongly because of what it represents. And I would agree with them. If a politician's talk very much is directed by them speaking to a particular interest, and the interest of the rest of the people comes as a by the way, then we've got a problem. And my prayer is that the people in ODM at the highest level will now start talking, even when they find themselves in their local whatever, but their point of reference is that we aspire to be leaders because we want to move Kenya from point A to point B.
Yes.
That for me would be the thing. Because without it, then it is extremely difficult.
If you take the politician that we call a member of parliament,
yes,
and we take something as simple as the NGCDF that they have, and you look at what some have done with it and the changes that the NGCDF has actually brought about, it probably speaks to that particular member of parliament's connection with his people, and also his capacity to seek to meeting the needs of the people. See, then politics as a discipline is about resources, the division of it, the equity of it, and everything. But that's not what our lived experience is with our politics.
No.
Our lived experience is creating a class of people who can be seen to be wealthy, and yet they do not have any means that have value addition to them that could be pointed as being contributors to that wealth. So, and they are the sort of people who, instead of utilizing resources that are within the county to grow the county so the economy of the county can grow, so that the people within the county can also experience a growth in their own well-being and wealth. Their thinking is just about the shallowest that you can actually come across. You have money, and your way of trying to solve a problem of unemployment is to employ as many people as you possibly can, including ghost workers, within the county system. So more than 50% of whatever you get goes to paying these people. How on earth then do you expect to actually grow the economy? Then a huge percentage of that particular money is used in travel. And it's used in spurious things that you actually can't even fully understand. And then to justify it all, you have 150 accounts, and you're wondering, what on earth are you doing with 150 accounts? Now, that is the thinking, and this is information that we see because it's in the public domain. Now, how on earth then can you say that these are individuals who actually have the interests of the people at heart? At what point do you connect the interests of the people and the activities that you face on a daily basis and you see?
Very interesting. Now that we're talking about about ODM, I think in response to what you are saying, if they are to campaign in an effective way, part of that campaign must necessarily include those areas where ODM has got strength, and especially where they have got, governors.
Yes.
I think they need themselves to do self-audit.
Yes.
And campaign telling people that, Baba fought for devolution. And this devolution, the way CTA has just, been saying, has brought so much in the county. Would have wished to have more, but we are getting that. This is what we did with what we received. In fact, if the ODM leadership in those areas that they have got governors do not do that, then I will agree with CT that it is more politicking. It is just mere politicking. You need to show the people that you actually care for them by openly demonstrating that over the 5 years or 10 years that you've been governor, this is how much you received from the government, and this is what you actually delivered. And you are telling them, if you re-elect me,
yes,
I will actually deliver more. Without that happening, it is just mere talk.
It's true. There's also this issue. I'm still on this tribal issue, because we're seeing a lot of fights within the Luo nation, specifically in ODM. So whether we are talking about Orengo, there's the issue of
fights.
Yeah, these issues they've been having, City.
Debate.
Well, they're fights.
No.
Because they're on the opposite side.
We are a debating nation.
Yeah, which is a good thing. Yeah.
It's not a fight.
But is it because
it's airing differences? It's certainly not a fight.
If City ni vita.
No, it's not.
Kubali yaishe.
No, I'm actually telling you, it is not. When I say we're a debating nation, I'm actually not trying to create an argument. I'm actually stating a fact.
Okay.
Yes.
So this debate,
we are a debating people, and the way we debate sometimes can be seen as a fight.
Yes. Even when insults are thrown around.
Oh, most definitely. Insults are part of a conversation. Insults are a tool you use to make a point.
So could that be because perhaps there has not been a clear leader as far as the Luo nation is concerned as of yet, after the death of Raila?
Before I respond to that, CT, the issue of you're talking about the same thing, but you are giving it different connotations, and sometimes the meaning which people make out of what we say and see are different.
True.
Don't be surprised if this we are a debating nation, and we flash back to 2007. And we try to look at what really happened. We can't run away from the fact that not wholly but partly,
yes,
it was part of the debating that you're talking about, because it can escalate to the extent that right now people feel like, let us now debate physically, if there's something like that. You alluded to the issue of Orengo. We saw what happened in public glare.
Right.
You see, whether you like him or not, for a lot of people who are not there,
yes,
seeing that happening to Orengo was like, this is not normal. Yeah, so yes, we are a debating nation, but it behoves us to know that the nature that we carry out that debate sometimes can have consequences.
Very true.
Because the people who internalize and interpret our messages may not think the way we think. We may take things lightheartedly; they take things seriously.
True.
And the kind of reason you've alluded to it, exchange of honestly to me, unfortunate words and expressions. People may say historically, culturally we do that, and sometimes they don't actually mean it, but who is listening? What generations are listening? Young people who have not been cultured that way, they're listening, and sometimes I'm not sure, I'm not saying that it happens, but there's a possibility that they actually take it seriously. Now, coming back to your question, yes, there are factions. And when people talk about, so-called Luo nation, let us understand that the Luo are the Luo, and there are so many things that bring them together. It just happens that ODM has got the Luo nation as one of the strong halls, but as City has alluded to, also within that particular nation, people talk, and people have got divergent views, and they
debate loudly.
Unfortunately, the problem is when they start debating physically. So our prayer is that that debate is allowed.
Okay.
That people are not ostracized because of the different views that they hold.
Okay.
Because unfortunately there is a danger in that. And speaking about ODM, if that can be controlled, let especially the leadership speak with a language that is wholesome, a language that doesn't quite scatter, but brings together. It may be difficult, but I suggest that there is a need for some toning down.
I want to read a comment here as we conclude this conversation, and it's from one of our viewers. This is Elijah Sang. Elijah is saying, we must know Gen Z are aligned to tribe narrative. Someone should not say, I have the Gen Z voting bloc. What would you make of that statement?
To some extent it is true, because we have seen even those people who are in the so-called leading positions within the Gen Z have sort of scattered into different. When I speak about the Gen Z, I speak about what their fundamental aspirations are.
Yeah.
What originally they seem to have communicated, whether that was sort of adulterated later on, I don't know. But there is a way, we like it or not,
yes,
that we have to recognize that originally when that group came up, they spoke about things which resonated with so many of us.
Yes.
Whether or not because of influences, whether or not because of other factors, some of them have actually reverted back into the formations and the thinking that they were against. Those issues they spoke about do not go away.
They
are
remain,
there, and we need to address them.
Okay. Last comment. Willis Juma says, City and I come from the same region. I can tell you for free, our governors, specifically Migori and Homa Bay, most of the developments there are as a result of insubordination by government. I think that
it's a tough one.
Because amesema subordination by national na akamalizia hapo. I'm assuming national government.
Or is it support?
Or national, government support.
The beauty of discussion is you actually get to dissect what it is we're dealing with. What is at the fore is usually an expression of intolerance that, again, the same political class have introduced into what would otherwise have been a very healthy debate. And the people who suffer the most from who bear the brunt of this are young people. Young people who don't have jobs, young people who've gone to school and do not have the hope or even the thinking that something beneficial will come about, who end up being in the so-called security details and units of these politicians. Yes, and they are the people we refer to as goons. Okay? If they had an alternative and there was something else they could do, they would not be in that position.
They wouldn't.
So the resources that the politicians use in making the sure that they pay the 200 or the 300 or maybe 1,000 shillings, those are the resources, and the thinking could have been applied to creating an environment in which these young people could actually find things to do, but they do not. So they cultivate this particular situation, and it's been ongoing for a very long time. And what you now see is the fruition of it. Okay.
All right. Yes. Here we are. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah. Can I just have a parting shot?
Yes, you can.
We are talking about ODM. In a way forward, this is what I would say. Number one, they need to consolidate. I think, however difficult it is, they need to speak with one voice. But more importantly, let them not dismiss some of the issues that the groupings they think are opposed to them, are trying to voice and communicate. It is possible, for instance, that some of the issues, not all of them, some of the issues that somebody like James Orengo is trying to articulate, they need to actually embrace some of those issues and run with them. There are certain issues that Sifuna is trying to articulate. They need to embrace some of those because they speak to what ODM stands for and champion that, so that it is not that they are fighting personalities. In fact, they need to tone that down. This I'll call it, this very serious, what is the English word? Desire to shoot people down. Move away from that. Look at the issues and articulate those issues. I'll repeat again, within the leadership, let them be as accommodating as possible. And those especially who are aspiring to have the big things, let them together try and give us the vision, the energy, the accommodation, the hope that Raila Amolo Odinga actually envisaged. When they go down and then start fighting dirty, people are watching, and it may not really help the party. But the party has got a future.
I agree with you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
As always, it's a pleasure. CT and I will be seeing you tomorrow morning, at 6 a.m. All right, Sasa. Don't go too far. Coming up right now is the news with Winnie Maganga.